Councilmember Solis Saro, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Today is August 15th. Let's call to order the meeting of the Long Beach City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas. Vice Mayor Allen.
Present.
Councilmember Duggan. Councilman Supana. Councilwoman Kerr.
Here.
Councilwoman Saro.
Present.
Councilmember Uranga.
Presente.
Councilman Austin.
Here.
Councilmember Reeks Odie.
Here.
Mayor Richardson.
I am here.
And we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Councilman Austin for the pledge and the moment of silence.
Please keep in mind, let's put in thoughts in our hearts with those who have been victimized by natural disaster in Maui. And if you're able, please stand and salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So today we have 3 presentations, and then we'll handle the consent calendar and public comment, and then we'll go into our budget hearing. After the budget hearing, we'll continue with the rest of the meeting. So let's start with our first presentation, Animal Care Services Pet Adoption. I think is Hugo ready? Bring Hugo on out. She's not Hugo. The dog is Hugo.
Right. Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, thank you so much for having us today. Really appreciate it. We love being here. So nationally, August is kind of known as a very challenging time in rescue and sheltering. We see across nationwide a decrease in adoptions and an increase in intakes. So I just wanted to put out there that we really implore our community members, come on down to Long Beach Animal Care Services. Adopt, adopt, adopt. We have some really fabulous cats, dogs, some bunnies, some guinea pigs. What you want, we got it. So come on down, help us out, really support your community through adoption. And of course, one of our featured fabulous pets is Hugo. Hugo is a boxer mix. He's 8, 9 years old or so. He has a few old man ailments, like some dry skin and maybe a little cracked tooth here and there, but ultimately is an incredibly sweet dog. As you can see as he walks around, he will say hi to everyone. Fair warning, you might get slobbered on, but he loves treats. He's really easy to walk on a leash. He would love to just hang out with you. As personally the owner of a senior dog, I highly recommend it. They're great in apartments. They just kind of want to kick it and watch Netflix with you. So really, please come down, check out Hugo and all of the other fabulous animals we have for adoption.
Oh, yes. And as Melanie had mentioned, we are working with NBC Universal Local and Telemundo for our Clear the Shelters program campaign that's going to be lasting throughout all of August at our shelter and at our events as well. We will be at the 5th District Community Concert on Friday, August 18th at Long Beach City College with adoptable animals. We will also be at Pet Supplies Plus on August 19th from 11 to 2. We're also having a low-cost mobile vaccine clinic that camp is putting on at the shelter. So it is going to be walk-ins, so there's no need for appointments. So that is going to be a great service for the community. on August 25th, Friday, from 12 to 3 p.m. And we're going to be at Benny's birthday party, put on by Helen Sanders Cat Paws at the Marina Community Center in Seal Beach on August 26th from 11 to 2. Thank you. Yes. And don't forget, you can find more information on Hugo at longbeach.gov/ACS.
We had our fun. All right. Okay, folks, so Hugo is a good dog, and Hugo is very, very friendly. And I think, you know, every dog that's come before this city council, since we reinstated pet adoptions, has been adopted. So we want to continue that trend, right? We want Hugo to have a home. Now, I think I saw a little chemistry between Hugo and Natalie. So I'm just saying, Natalie, you know, we might need to make something happen here. So where can we find the details? Can we put it back on the screen? The details, if you are interested in taking Hugo home. Or just say it into the mic. Where can we go if someone wants to take Hugo home?
You can go on our website at longbeach.gov/ACS and go under our adoptions.
There, look at that smile.
You can also adopt at our email at petadopt@longbeach.gov as well. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
A very good dog. All right, thank you. Next, we have an update, LA Metro update presentation. We are a part of the region for Metro, and we have a representative here from the city of Whittier who represents this area, including the city of Long Beach on Metro, Fernando Dutra, who's a council member in Whittier, and he's here to provide a brief presentation update on some of the activities and progress taking place at LA Metro. So we want to welcome Councilmember Dutra.
Thank you very much. I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that, right? I mean, was that planned? I mean, come on, guys, that's tough. The only thing that's missing is a bunch of kids as well, you know, and that really be tough. So thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and fellow council members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come before you today. I love the city of Long Beach, as you know. My father lives here in Long Beach. My aunt lives at 600 Ocean Boulevard. And
that's right. Your dad lives up in North Long Beach.
That's right. And so I'm here a lot. Beautiful city, and you guys are doing a great job. And the residents should be thankful for the work that you guys are doing. Certainly I am. But I'm here today as a Metro board member, as you know, and thank you very much for having voted me into that position. I'm loving it. I'm having a great time. I like this kind of stuff. I come from the engineering and building side, my private life, that's what I do. And so this is natural for me, right? So thank you very much for that. And by the way, Mr. Mayor, happy birthday. I know it's coming up in a couple of days, so congratulations. I'm here with our head of security, security officer, Gina Osborne, and she's been here a few times, I understand, and she's doing an incredible job and very, very creative, out-of-the-box thinker, which is exactly what we need to fix some of the issues that we're all aware of. I couldn't do this job without having the support that I have, which is Marissa Perez back at the COG, along with Karen Height. I have an incredible team that helps me look good and do my job as well, so I'm very, very fortunate. The COG staff as well do a wonderful job, and we have 27 cities that all support the transportation, and the transportation issues that we're doing today, they're all in support of as well. And so Metro staff as well. I know Stephanie Wiggins is our new CEO, as you know, but she's been there for a couple of years, I think now. 2 years, right. And all of you have met Stephanie, and she's just an incredible leader. So if you don't mind, let's go ahead and go to the first slide. Great. Well, so look, the 710 is a high focus project for us. As you know, it's 18 miles between the ports and the SR60. Metro is developing a plan with multi-module mobility options and community improvements. Metro 710 Task Force has been meeting on a regular basis for 2 years now. Next step is to develop priorities that will be included in the draft investment plan, if you will. I want to thank Council Members Saro and Orenga for the work that you've done on the task force, Port Commissioner Wiseman, and the Long Beach Transit for serving the task force. Also like to acknowledge some Long Beach residents, Marcos Lopez, Maria Reyes, and Marlene Sanchez for serving on the Community Leadership Committee. They do incredible work, and it's because of their creativity and the information they give us that we're able to do a better job on this task force as well. Metro Board expects to receive the draft plan, if you will, November 23rd this year. And the final plan we expect to approve in February of 2024. So it's just around the corner. We're very excited about the things we have planned for the 710. Of course, we've got some other exciting projects. And the 91, 605, and 405. My own dad lives pretty close to this intersection here, Atlantic and Cherry, eastbound 91. I know Councilmember Joni Ricks Audi, that's your region, if I recall, and you're just down the street from that. And so we're adding some eastbound auxiliary lanes, can't speak today, between the I-710 ramp and Cherry Avenue off-ramp, which are going to enhance the safety and reduce traffic congestion, if you will, and we expect that to start sometime in spring of 2024. I'm excited about that. Anything that we can do to relieve some of the congestion on the 91 is much needed. The SR 91 Central to Acacia improvements between Central Avenue and Acacia Court, and local road improvements to create a safer improvement environment, I should say, for pedestrians and bicyclists. I happen to be a bicyclist as well, so I can appreciate some of these improvements. The westbound 91 Shoemaker to Alondra, upgrades between Shoemaker Avenue and 605 SR 91 interchange, and improving the I-605 freeway northbound exit to Alondra Boulevard. If you travel these freeway interchanges, you know how important this work is to make the congestion better. And of course, the 605 South Street off-ramp, if you travel to Cerritos at all, and if you do any kind of shopping at Cerritos Shopping Center, you know, during the Christmas season, you know how backed up that gets. And so we have improvements that we're making to that off-ramp as well. Next slide, please. West Santa Ana Transit Project. So you're probably wondering, what is West Santa Ana doing up on the board? Well, we're going to change that name. In fact, what that is that's a light rail alignment that's going to go from Union Station all the way to the city of Artesia. The first alignment is going to be from Slauson to Artesia, and that's planned to start probably, I'd say, in the next couple of years. It's a 19-mile light rail from Artesia, A-line Slauson Station. Expected groundbreaking possibly 2023 and 20, I'm hoping. Utility potholing has started. It's about 50% complete. Ongoing work with Union Station, Union Pacific Railroad, I should say, and the ports on the MOU. By the way, I think it's important that you know that all 10 cities have signed letters endorsing this alignment. And we'll have one city that's still outstanding, but we think they'll come along with the MCAs. So we have 9 cities that have signed master cooperative agreements with Metro, which is a big deal because that's how we ensure that we're not going to have a bunch of overages in terms of budgets and schedules as well once we know what the expectations are. Starting project, we're going to be renaming this line, hopefully, to something that's more in line with what our region is. And so we have a huge community outreach right now with the cities, hoping to find a way to come up with a different name other than West Santa Ana Branch, something that's more in line with our region. And so we expect the Federal Transit Administration, the FTA record of decision, to come in 2024, paving the way for federal dollars. So I know a big issue here has been how we treat our security. And I'd like to ask Gina to come up and help me with the security side of this. She's doing a great job. And Gina, you can take over.
Thank you. Yep. Good evening. Gina Osborne, Chief Safety Officer for LA Metro. I'm back with an update for what we're doing with regard to a new deployment that we started on July 10th. So on July 10th, we developed, well, prior to that, we developed an active deployment that's going to be proactive and preventive versus reactive and responsive. So what we've done is we've gotten together with all of the safety and security elements in our safety ecosystem, and that includes transit security officers, contract security, Metro Transit ambassadors, our law enforcement partners, which includes LAPD, LASD, as well as our hardworking partners from the Long Beach Police Department, and also our homeless outreach services. So essentially what we're trying to do is have this significant impact across the system, which would include the end-of-line stations as well as mid-line stations. And the goal of this deployment is to decrease the number of non-destination travelers, provide more uniform visibility, and also increase the feeling of safety and security for our riders and our employees. Next slide, please. With regard to this deployment, the measures of success, we hope to have cleaner trains and buses in our station, as well as stations and terminals, less loitering and trespassing, fewer customer complaints, and again, a reduction of non-destination travelers. We need to break the pattern of people being on our system who are not there for the purpose of transportation. Next slide, please. And key observations, we've only been doing this for about 3 or 4 weeks. However, we have noticed that this significant presence is decreasing the number of customer complaints that we have. We also have much better communication with all of the layers within our public safety ecosystem, and just really, being able to evaluate the number of people who are getting off at the end of the lines, making sure that we're doing fair enforcement throughout the entire day, not just at the end of the lines where we're having these people getting off the trains. And we are noticing fewer people at the end of the lines on the last 2 trains coming in. Again, we're tweaking as we go forward because this is a new deployment, but it is a full system deployment, and we expect to have success with this deployment.
All right, so you can see it's a team effort. We are hyper-focused on the security issues, as well as providing value to the city of Long Beach, and of course, our other East Side cities. We appreciate the leadership role that you guys have taken. I know Mary is on the leadership team as well at Metro, and it's a team effort. And I know that going forward, we can expect progress. Certainly, it's my focus as well. I love doing this, and with great team members like Gina and Stephanie and everybody else, I know we're going to see some things that are going to be, you guys will be happy with. So I want to thank for your leadership as well, Mayor Richardson. You recently took a trip to Philadelphia with Supervisor Hahn, and I expect some great things out of that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. We have just a couple council members who want to offer some comments, but I'll just start with, we appreciate you coming down, giving us an update. You're responsive to Long Beach, and that's good. I know we have some priorities in the years ahead as we lead into all the great challenges of moving people around our region as we prepare for 2026 World Cup and 2028 Olympics. I know that, we're having some productive conversations around the end of the line, reducing the number of people who are riding the train throughout the day. So it's, if 40 people are on the train at the end of the night, something happened in the morning, right? Something happened throughout the day. And so by engaging throughout the day, I think we can make good progress. It was very instructive, very enlightening to go to, take this trip with Metro and with the supervisor to see the Philadelphia SEPTA line and see how they're addressing some of their challenges. And I think there are some things that we do well, and I think there are some things that we can certainly improve on as it relates to engaging with end-of-the-line communities. The last thing that I'll just say is that we look forward to having bigger conversations around Shoemaker Bridge, and so the entryway to, it's going to be needs to be a big priority for the 710, how we enter into our downtown. So we look forward to continue those conversations with you. Councilmember Zendejas?
Thank Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so very much, Fernando and Gina, for being here today and for providing this update. I think one of the best things that has come out of this has been our open line of communication that we now have with Metro. And so I just want to thank both of you guys for being here. And thank you so much for listening to our residents and their concerns and really taking that seriously. And even though we know that a lot of our residents would want things to be done in rapid speed, we also know that everything needs to be evaluated and everything needs to be done in a right fashion. So I thank you for continuing your efforts to bettering the ridership for all residents, not only in Long Beach, but all residents that you serve. So I just want to say that, and also that I am very, very proud to be serving on the Metro Gateway City Service Council, and thank you for your support. And I hope that in this leadership position, I can continue being of support and continue working with you both to address the issues that are here. And I see a very bright future for all of us. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Allen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank you both for being here today. One of the things I just like to ask, I know we all want to be proactive and not reactive when it comes to crime, but you know, it's not possible to have police officer on every corner. It's probably not possible to have an officer on every train. So when you talked about increasing that to be more proactive, what does that look like? Like, are you adding more officers and more stations? Like, what exactly are you doing to be more proactive?
Thanks, Director. So what we're doing is we are taking all of the layers within our public safety ecosystem. So we have our law enforcement officers who are working with our transit security officers with regard to fare enforcement and trespassing investigations. We also have our homeless outreach teams, both on the law enforcement side as well as the contractors that Metro contracts with, to be at the end of the lines during certain times of the day in order to be able to offer services. Our transit ambassadors are going to be peppered throughout the system so they can assist people with wayfinding. You know, a lot of things, you know, people feel safer when they go into a station and they know where they're going because there's someone there to help them as well. So we meet on a weekly basis with all of our different layers to be able to make sure that we've got the system covered in such a way where we're going to be able to break negative patterns and we're going to be able to be successful in making sure that all of our riders feel safe.
Awesome. Thank you very much for those efforts, because I can tell you that safety on the Metro is really important, and we want to get people back on the Metro. We want to get people riding the Metro, so those efforts are very much appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
We have some data relative to the 300 members that we've hired, the transit ambassadors. I want to make sure I say it properly. We have some data that's come back. It's very, very supportive and very positive, that people appreciate having somebody they can ask a question to, and not just somebody in a uniform, but somebody they can actually relate to. And so I'm happy to share some of that data with you so you can see what's moving in the right direction.
Great, fantastic. And I think the ambassador program is a good program, having folks there to just help navigate. But additional outreach on homelessness is good. And I know as you evaluate the discussion around whether you create your own police department, as you know, let's make sure Long Beach remains at that table, because I just think 4.5 years is a really tight timeline to get that done. A new force by the Olympics, we have a hard time hiring. Imagine if you're the new kid on the block, building a police force to have it ready to go before the Olympics. So that is a little, you know, I applaud the. You know, you're being creative, but, you know, let's just be mindful of what we actually have to do, because the Olympics aren't in 5 years. It's today. It's, you know, all the investments need to be in place today. The planning needs to happen today. So I'll just leave you with that. But thank you both so much for coming down. We truly appreciate the presentation.
Thanks for the opportunity. Right. Good seeing all of you.
Thank you. All right. And then our final presentation is the Neighborhood Leadership Program and Development Services. Linda, that's you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to introduce Margaret Madden, the manager of our Neighborhood Leadership Program. They come every year and give us a presentation on the program. So, Margaret.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Margaret Madden, and on behalf of the Long Beach Development Services, Housing and Neighborhood Services Bureau, it's my pleasure to present to you the Neighborhood Leadership Program Class of 2023. For the past 5 months, these 30 dedicated neighborhood leaders here tonight have worked hard to learn more about how they can make a difference in service to our Long Beach community. Gerardo Perez has been elected by his classmates to present prepared remarks and share his experience in this year's Neighborhood Leadership Program with all of you, and also share his pride for our Long Beach community.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. I am here today representing the Neighborhood Leadership class. I have lived in Long Beach my whole life. I went to Burnett Elementary School, I went to Jefferson, I went to Wilson, I went to Long Beach City, I went to Long Beach State. I've walked all the streets of Long Beach. I grew up on Atlantic and 21st in the 80s. I turned 18 the day of the riots. I saw my whole neighborhood on fire. I woke up with the National Guard on my front lawn. I grew up in a neighborhood that was violent, full of ignorance, full of poverty. I have seen all this change in my lifetime. In my lifetime, Long Beach has become a diamond, has become a beautiful community, somewhere that is all about unity, tolerance. So today I'm here to congratulate you for transforming this city. We've become one of the top cities in the United States, but I feel like we can be the best city in the United States and the world. We have the resources, we have the capability. Most importantly, we have the people of Long Beach who really care and really love Long Beach. So today I ask you not to forget the people of Long Beach, not downtown, not Naples, not Belmont, not Bixby, but all of Long Beach, one Long Beach. From the west to the east, from the south to the north, together we are unstoppable. Let's not forget about the less fortunate ones, the homeless, the mentally ill, the sick, the weak, the old, the young. I believe that we can and we will be the best city in the United States. On behalf of the Neighborhood Leadership Class of 2023, I thank you for what you've done for the city. Thank you.
All right. Are we done? Is that? What's his name? Gerardo? Is that his name? Gene? Gene, that's pretty. Yeah, we're gonna give him. G, you want to give the state of the city next year? Man, come on with it. So thank you so much. We brought a proclamation for the class. If the class come down, let's take a quick photo. Come on down to the new class of Neighborhood Leadership Program. Councilmember Zendejas, you had some comments? You want to give them now when they come down?
Yes, I just wanted to say congratulations to the class of 2023. Neighborhood Leadership program has been amazing, and I'm a very proud alumni of like 20 years ago, and I'm so happy to see it continuing going so strong.
All right. Well, that satisfies all our presentations. Thanks so much for participating. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. Let's pull up the consent calendar minus item 10. Okay, we have we need a motion. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. This is consent items 1 through 15 minus item 10. Is there any public comment on consent? Seeing none, members, please cast your vote.
This will be a voice vote.
Oh, this is a voice vote because Councilmember Sorrow is remote. Let's go.
District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3? Oh, District 4? District 5?
Aye.
District 6? District 7?
Aye.
District 8?
Aye.
District 9?
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Let's now have a brief presentation on item number 10, please.
Mayor and Council, we have our City Prosecutor, Doug Halbert, and he'll give us an overview of the homeless court. And we also have members of the city's Health and Human Services Department there to answer questions on the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Agenda item number 10 on the consent calendar is a good thing. The County of Los Angeles is offering to continue the homeless court pilot program that it started in 2021, partnering with the City Prosecutor's Office and the Long Beach Health Department. The homeless court pilot program is a new program to Long Beach, although our office runs a number of programs that are alternative sentencing and non-traditional prosecutorial programs. The homeless court program does two things. It encourages and incentivizes persons experiencing homelessness to engage in services and to stay engaged in services by offering to assist them with warrant removal or dismissal of usually low-level misdemeanor cases. In addition to incentivizing this, it also rewards those who have already completed services by removing barriers that may prevent them from getting a job or finding housing. Our office is proud of this program. We've been doing it now for 2 years, and this pilot program will allow us to continue it for at least one more year and possibly up to 2 years. So if the council approves item number 10, the city will be authorized to receive $250,000 from the Los Angeles County CEO's office. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. Councilwoman Zendejas?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doug. I think that this was very important to be pulled out and really shine a little bit of light on to share what awesome work is being done right now to help those individuals that need it the most. So I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Exodi?
I was going to say thank you to your office and to the work that you do. I think this really highlights the big focus that we have on the city about making sure that folks who are persons experiencing homelessness, right, don't feel like we are criminalizing them, right, and making sure that we are uplifting them and allowing them to get on their feet. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilman Austin?
Yes, thank you for pulling this item, Mr. City Prosecutor, and your continued emphasis on being an innovator for those who are just as involved in our city. And also want to just give a big shout out to the collaboration between yourself and the office of our supervisor, Janice Hahn.
Thank you for mentioning that. Supervisor Hahn initiated this discussion 2 years ago and facilitated the funding then and also facilitated the funding this time around as well. Two other things. The health department doesn't just partner with us, they actually host the homeless court. It is the only courtroom outside of the Long Beach courthouse. So a judge remotes into the MSC once a month in order to preside over homeless court. It's a little unique in that way, so that the people who are experiencing homelessness that are already familiar with the multi-service center don't have to find their way to downtown Long Beach to go inside a courtroom to have their cases heard. Their cases are actually heard remotely at the multi-service center. The second thing I wanted to mention is that this is one strategy of several, and sitting next to me is part of another strategy. I wanted to mention Gigi Zangena is a social worker. She has a master's in social work, and she's employed by my office specifically to help us improve and do a better job with connection to services for those people that intersect with the criminal justice system. So I wanted to mention that as well. It's part of a larger strategy to just do what we do as prosecutors in a little different way. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment here? Members, please cast your vote. Oh, roll call vote.
District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
District 6?
Aye.
District 7?
Aye.
District 8?
Aye.
District 9?
Aye.
The motion is carried 7-0.
I almost said aye when they said District 9. All right, thank you. We'll now go to general public comment, number 1. Thank you. We have 2 members of the public signed up for general public comment, Karen Reside and Stephen Pelton. Please come forward.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. I'm Karen Reside. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm here in a personal capacity because I spent 42 hours this weekend working at the Long Beach Jazz Fest. And it was a wonderful event. The music was fabulous. I know some of you attended. And the music was amazing, as was the feeling and sense of community. However, I was part of a work crew that was solicited to provide services as maintenance person at the Jazz Fest. And there were a number of problems with this. And if we're going to look at being a world-class city with concerts and an active schedule of entertainment, I think we need to cut these kind of things off at the pass. I was part of, it's a human trafficking scheme. I was recruited to work being told that I was going to be paid cash as soon as my shift ended, and that I was going to be able to work a designated shift. It was never specified what the salary was, except for it was going to be generous. And I have not been paid to this time because I almost, if I would have stayed another 2 hours, I probably would have died. I want to bring this to your attention because they go out and they recruit homeless people. And sometimes, and this is not the only organization doing this, a lot of these special events that take place, this is how stuff gets done. I am 73 years old. I was put out on the seated area to take down chairs for 3 hours in the hot sun. That's why I'm all red. My eyes were so swollen shut yesterday, I couldn't do anything. I missed the budget meeting. Homeless people were the same. There was no water. Yesterday they removed all the toilets, so there were no toilets. I managed the VIP porta potties, which were on a slant, and when I told them that I couldn't manage the steps because it was very unstable, and imagine all the older people that were there, I was just scared to death that somebody was going to fall. I stood there and held the door and tried to catch people as they came out, particularly later in the evening after they had been drinking. And it turned out that people did not get paid till 5:30 last night. And I don't know if anybody got paid. I had to leave at 2:30 because I was going to pass out. I had to beg for the supervisor to bring us lunch, which she did. They didn't want to feed us. They didn't want to provide us with breaks. I worked 12 hours.
Your time is up.
And something needs to be done about this.
Thank you. Thank you for the testimony. Next is Stephen Pelton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I want to speak about some grievances that were aired here about pickleball at Somerset Park a couple weeks ago. We fully understand that pickleball makes noise. It's a park, it makes noise. We have made concessions because some of the neighbors have approached us. We try to play within reasonable hours, park hours. We have addressed some of the issues of the cul-de-sac there that people were parking in. We watch it like a hawk when we're there playing there and tell people not to park in there. There's parking up and down Carson. But that park is also under the flight path. It's a noisy park to begin with. We understand pickleball is noisy, but the planes, if you anywhere near Somerset Park, the flight pattern goes right over the top of Somerset Park. You can't speak when they go over. And it's on Carson Street. It's a very noisy street, so we understand. So we don't think that pickleball is all the problem. And also, I want to bring up the fact that pickleball is now a part of the physical education curriculum in the Long Beach Unified School Districts. High school, K through 8, pickleball courts on their playgrounds. According to the district, most schools now have at least 10 courts. We have elementary students that play with us every week. We play Thursday. My group plays Thursday morning, Saturday morning. There are other groups that play in the evening. They all try to finish by 7:30 just to be respectful. I live in the neighborhood, so I don't want to be rude to my neighbors either. But pickleball is not going away. Our schools have it. We have 0.4, less than half a court per 10,000 people in Long Beach, half a pickleball court, 0.4. I mean, it's a growing sport. People want to use it. And we are not in charge of who plays on those courts at Somerset Park, too. I also want that clear. We do what we can. We try to park in the right area. But if I say, well, I'm not going to play there anymore, someone's going to play there, is my point. So really, if the neighbors have complaints in regards to that, I really wish they'd go to the police or the city council or someone to address them. I don't want to address the neighbors and have them approach me or me approach them. I don't want to get involved in that. If they have issues, I'd much rather, if we're making a lot of noise, call the police. You know, but I don't want to get into arguments with the neighbors either, and nobody there wants to. We want to be respectful of them. Like I said, I live 2 blocks from there. I've lived 2 blocks from there for over 30 years, from that park. If you drive down Carson during the week, you'll see that park's being used, much more than the 27 years prior to that. Just take a ride down Carson Avenue any time of the day. You'll see people playing pickleball there. Older people, younger people, kids. Everyone's welcome there. You guys can all come out and play. We have paddles. You're more than welcome. So we feel it needs to be addressed in the budget. We feel there's a need for it. We feel our schools, I think most of our schools now have about 10 courts.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right. We'll now move on to the budget hearing. Let's set up for the budget hearing.
Item 16 is report from financial management, recommendation to conduct a budget hearing to receive and discuss an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the Departments of Economic Development, Public Works, and overview of the CIP budget citywide.
All right, thank you. Mr. Modica.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have 3 presentations from 2 departments today. First, we'll do economic development. Then we'll go into the Public Works operating budget. And then we'll go into Public Works CIP program, which is the 1-year CIP program, which is a separate document that you look at every year. And as part of that, we're looking at the 5-year Elevate 28 plan as well. So that'll be included. I will turn it over to Bo Martinez to go through the economic development report.
Thank you, City Manager Modica, Assistant City Manager Tatum, Mayor, and City Council for your leadership in championing economic development through the City of Long Beach. It's an honor to present the Economic Development Department's proposed 2024 budget, key services, activities, accomplishments, and how we leveraged all our public and private sector partners to help get our work done. They include our dedicated and passionate economic development staff, city departments, 10 business improvement districts, Belmont Shores, Bixby Knolls, 4th Street, Zaffaria, Magnolia Industrial Group, Midtown, Uptown, Long Beach Tourism, Downtown Long Beach Alliance, Long Beach Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the Long Beach Economic Partnership, as well as nonprofit organizations and real estate and development community, residents, and business leaders. Once again, thank you for taking time and investment in our community by helping us move projects forward, positioning our city for success with the goal of building an economy for all. Our mission is to create an equitable economic opportunities for workers, investors, and entrepreneurs. We look forward to growing and diversifying our economy by focusing on targeted industry sectors, continue to focus on increasing access for our low-income residents to make sure they have access to city and partner resources from adult and youth services, training, internships, and career development through our Pacific Gateway Workforce Innovation Network, to quality and affordable housing, healthcare, and education. We look forward to leveraging and strategically driving growth and investment to many of our city assets, including the Queen Mary, Long Beach Convention and Entertainment Center, the Port of Long Beach, our unique, authentic, cool neighborhood marketplace areas, our downtown, and shoreline. Our key services fall under three key pillars. They include talent, investment, and business. I'll start with talent. We have a highly educated and passionate workforce and team. Our department manages a diverse portfolio of funding from general funds, state and federal grants, special districts, to foundations. We offer and have an excellent educational opportunities from job training programs, trades, K through 12, and post-secondary institutions where you can get a high-quality job, build a career, and open a business. Investment. We invest in people, innovation, and business. We invest in placemaking, connecting people to great places. We invest in city building and infrastructure, and promote private sector investment in Long Beach. Business. If you're an entrepreneur looking to scale up and build the next Fortune 500 company, come to Long Beach. If you're a business owner looking to find a perfect home for you or your employees, come to Long Beach. If you're a headquarter company looking to relocate an existing business and looking to expand, come to Long Beach. The city of Long Beach is a perfect place for you, where we roll out the red carpet and not the red tape. Our department continues to promote and support the mutual growth of our city's talent and businesses, while also recruiting new talent and new businesses to join us in living a sustainable and thriving lifestyle. Our Real Estate Development Bureau oversees real estate development, promoting private sector investment, tenant attraction, and site selection, as well as city property management. Our award-winning Workforce Development Bureau focuses on economic research, including industry cluster development, youth workforce and job resource centers, and project labor coordination. We have accomplished so much this past year. We have worked in partnership with Mayor Rex Richardson to successfully implement the 100 Businesses in 100 Days initiative as part of the Opportunity Beach agenda, and we eclipsed that number threefold. We helped over 1,790 businesses who are still being impacted by the pandemic by providing a credit on past due taxes and fees, giving them a fresh start. We launched the VIP program, Visual Improvement Program, to assist businesses who have been impacted by vandalism and property damage. To date, 80 applications have been approved. We continue to grow and welcome new companies and high-quality jobs to Space Beach, from Vast Space, Relativity Space, and Rocket Labs, to name a few. We have assisted thousands of businesses over the past year, from pop-up services throughout our community, canvassed our commercial corridors and meeting one-on-one with businesses. And the top 3 takeaways that we've heard from our business community is talent retention and recruitment, technical assistance, marketing, branding, and leveraging social media, and access to capital. We continue to work with all our partners, such as the Small Business Development Center, our business improvement districts, and nonprofits to provide business and technical assistance, entitlement assistance, access to capital, and to help opening a business. Our Workforce Development Bureau continues to provide a comprehensive range of workforce development activities to help job seekers and workers access employment, education, training, and support services to succeed in the marketplace, and to match employers with skilled workers they need to succeed in the global economy. We opened Future LB, a new youth employment center located at 501 West Willow Avenue, and we look forward to holding a grand opening this fall. We organized an emergency multi-sector job fair to connect local employers affected by the Virgin Orbit layoffs. And one of the things that we did special this year is we actually invited, our revolving loan fund partners. We invited the Small Business Development Center because we knew that these workers that were being impacted were going to be recruited by other space companies, or some of them wanted to open up their own business, so we make sure that we've expanded that as a resource. We also facilitated over 50 virtual job preparation and career development webinars with an attendance exceeding 1,500 people. We provided 950 young Long Beach residents with work experience and internship opportunities. Youth completed over 70,000 hours of work experience, earning over $1.3 million in wages. That's really looking at how we grow our loan and a pipeline for the future when it comes to workforce development. We used Measure H dollars provided 40 unhoused Long Beach residents with career development services, skills training, and subsidized work experience working over 4,400 hours. We also worked very tirelessly with many city departments, Evo Hospitalities, and other partners to reopen the Queen Mary to the world. Our team stepped up to help on the declared state of emergency by leading several real estate activities and initiatives to expand shelter opportunities for those experiencing homelessness. We also, as I mentioned earlier, we opened the Queen Mary. We implemented over $7 million in repairs and improvements to prepare for the opening of the Queen Mary. We developed an innovative partnership with the Port of Long Beach to secure $12 million in funding to reinvest back into the Queen Mary. The Queen Mary has an economic output over $97 million, supports over 1,300 jobs, and produces over $3 million direct tax revenue to the city. The Queen Mary is also an historic and educational resource, a major tourist draw, and is on the National Register of Historic Places. I can tell you I visited the ship many times over the past several months, and just talking to people in the elevator, not only they are local, but they're also international. I actually met a family from Mexico City and asked them about the Queen Mary in Long Beach, and they said they loved our city and they are coming back. We negotiated a lease with the NWN Community Hospital for the winter shelter program. We negotiated a lease with Long Beach Rescue Mission for the use of 702 Anaheim Street for an emergency shelter, and we negotiated the purchase of 125 Elm Avenue in downtown for city use as well. It include a crime lab. It include office space for Long Beach Utilities Department and a senior center. So again, as you can see, we are very, very busy. As we look forward, we will implement the Blueprint 2.0, the 8 strategic priorities within the plan to create a more inclusive and sustainable economy by 2028. From the engines of growth, and you'll continue to hear me say throughout the presentation, talent recruitment and retention, real estate development, and leveraging our economic partnerships, because none of this is done alone. We need these partnerships to uplift the city of Long Beach so that we become a world-class city. As we look forward, we will work to implement the Grow Long Beach initiative, an economic development strategy aimed at growing the city's targeted growth sectors, including aerospace, space beach, transportation, logistics and supply chains, the Port of Long Beach, healthcare and wellness, tourism, hospitality, education, and the creative economy. And when we think about the creative economy, we think about unique retail, music, poets, film, photography, and arts and culture. Funding for our proposed downtown advertising district to create a potential new revenue source for the city as we look to diversify our economy. Initiate a 10-year plan for the vision, feasibility, development, and repositioning of the Elephant Lot and the Convention Center into a mixed-use, world-class destination that expands the city capacity for conventions, meetings, entertainment, sports events, to revitalizing the west side of Long Beach economy so the community can reach its highest potential over the next 10 years and beyond and for future generations. We look forward to working with all of you and all our partners to build America's next great city. Fiscal 24 highlights will focus on the following. Long Beach marketing and branding initiatives. We need to tell the world why Long Beach. Developing industry sector profiles, as I mentioned, the 5. Neighborhood marketplace profiles showcasing our unique and authentic commercial corridors and downtown. We will partner with our business improvement districts and the Convention and Visitors Bureau to highlight our unique businesses throughout our great city, special events, conventions, and tourist destinations. We will have a dedicated staff person solely focused on managing and promoting our business improvement district programs, leveraging all the great works that our business improvement districts do, from special events, marketing, clean and safe, business development, and activating our public spaces, to name a few. We also will focus on business support services, and we're going to realign our BizCare and business engagement teams to the Business Development Bureau. And this is really an opportunity to align our business engagement and supportive services across all bureaus within economic development and make sure we're leveraging our public and private partnerships. We'll enhance connections for adults and youth seeking employment opportunities, enhance connections for business and industry to skilled worker opportunities, because it's all about talent retention, recruitment, diversify our economy, working with small businesses and big businesses and every one of them in between. As we continue to focus on the Queen Mary in fiscal year 24, the department will focus on the continued stewardship of the role of the historic Queen Mary and adjacent properties. We will continue to focus on partnering with Port of Long Beach and resulting in $7 million in funding to improve the ship from painting, sun deck repairs, load center repairs, pool exhibit repairs, and more. We will be funding a position for a city engineer and public works to coordinate ship-related projects and track ship condition, begin an in-depth study of development opportunities around and adjacent to the Queen Mary. We have a unique opportunity to leverage a special asset. Establishment of a program for regular maintenance and cleaning of adjacent Carnival Dome, which is an important asset to the city as they bring many, many tourists who enjoy not only our city, but also our retail and our businesses. Finally, fiscal year 24 will see additional amenities and spaces open at Queen Mary and the return of holiday-oriented events and special events and celebrations. None of this is done without challenges. As we look forward, talent retention and recruitment will continue to be a challenge over the next several years as we compete for talent regionally and nationally. Remote work will continue to impact the return to office. Higher interest rates, stricter credit conditions, plummeting property values continue to impact the office sector now and going forward. Economic uncertainty will continue to be the theme and the question of the day over the next 12 months. As we continue to deal with inflation, interest rates, consumer spending habits, a slowdown in housing, commercial real estate challenges, and labor market. And think about bricks versus clicks. The Internet of Things will continue to evolve and impact bricks versus clicks in major bricks and mortar retail in downtown and throughout our commercial corridors. And so when you think about Long Beach and the opportunity that's in front of us when it comes to that is consumers want more unique and authentic experiences. They want it from retail, they want it from restaurants, and they want it for entertainment. As we look forward, we will continue to diversify our economy by focusing on leveraging and growing our targeted industry sectors that I mentioned earlier on in the presentation. We will focus on proactive business development via business retention because it's so important to retain and grow your own businesses. We also will focus on business expansion and business attraction. One of the big things that we're looking to hold this coming year is a site selector conference. So that way we can get these decision makers to Long Beach and we can highlight all the great things that are happening within our community. We will also focus on why Long Beach, marketing and branding. As I mentioned earlier, today's consumers want more unique and authentic experiences. They want to belong to a vibrant and connected community, and that is the city of Long Beach. We have all the building blocks to build America's next great city. We have a special and emerging downtown and shoreline. The Port of Long Beach that connects us to the global marketplace. Unique and cool commercial corridors, diverse neighborhoods, and talent. And when you think about the opportunity that's in front of us and the city of Long Beach, it's our time. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to continue to the next one, right? All right, let's see the next presentation.
All right, we'll go to Eric Lopez, Public Works.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm honored to present you with the Public Works Department Fiscal Year 24 Proposed Budget Overview. Our city's Public Works Department performs many critical functions, some of which are highly visible while others are not. We handle both day-to-day core services and maintenance and long-term planning and project delivery. Currently, Public Works is comprised of just under 600 employees that are spread across 6 bureaus, including business operations, engineering, transportation and mobility, project management, environmental services, and public service. I want to take this moment to recognize and thank my leadership team in Public Works, the bureau managers and the division managers, many of which are here today, for their hard work and dedication. Without them, we would not be able to provide the critical services to this community. In our proposed budget, we are looking to make some changes to our organizational structure, and we are looking to realign certain functions in order to improve our efficiency and effectiveness. I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. First, I want to talk a little bit about our accomplishments in fiscal year 23. We continue to improve more streets, both residential, secondary, majors, in our city than we have in many decades. We continue to make ADA improvements throughout the city, and we have also began making major investments in our sidewalks. This year, due to the weather, we did have an increase in potholes to repair. Over 50,000 potholes, twice the amount that we normally have to address. At the same time, we were able to trim 24,000 trees and replace 3,200 traffic signs and street name signs. Our crack and slurry seal, which I will focus in a little bit, continues to do amazing work, and they were able to seal over 5 million square feet of asphalt. We have also continued to deliver major projects, and this year we were able to complete a few notable ones, including the Wrigley Park Greenbelt, the Wardlow Park ADA restrooms, phase 1 of sports field improvements at El Dorado, the gas treatment facility at Davenport Park, and construction was also completed at Central Health interior renovations, and we were able to replace some roofs, including at McBride and Fire Station 1. One of the newest playgrounds is just being completed. We have the Admiral Kidd Park Playground that is scheduled for a grand opening on Saturday, August 19th, and we're excited to make that amenity available to the public. None of these accomplishments are possible without a strong team, not just in capital projects delivery, but also in our core services. So I want to focus on our clean team. We have a team that does an amazing job helping keep our neighborhoods and city clean and healthy. This year, our clean team responded to over 18,500 reports of illegally dumped items and collected 780 tons of litter. 780 tons. We've conducted 220 alley cleanups, 1,320 homeless encampment cleanups, and we received 20,000 Go Long Beach requests for service. The clean team continues to remove graffiti and collect mattresses. We have seen a decrease in illegally dumped mattresses, but we are still picking up a lot from the public right away. So I'm showing some pictures of our clean team in action. and some pictures of before and afters, just to give a demonstration of the critical work that they do every single day in our city. Our FY23 accomplishments include improvements in our bike share program. We have 1,400 bikes. The goal is to get them all out into our neighborhoods by the end of the year, and we continue to install more hubs than we ever have before. We also continue to see ridership increases in our bike share program, which is very exciting. At the same time, we've completed the installation of 2 miles of bicycle lanes throughout the city and have installed 90 bike racks, with many more on the way. One of our bigger projects that kicked off this last fiscal year is the Colorado Lagoon Open Channel project, and that's in active construction now. We continue to sweep our streets and collect 200,000 tons of trash between our refuse operations team and our street sweeping teams. We continue to divert tons of recycling, 51,000 tons of recycling, 4,200 tons of organics, and 350 gallons of motor oil from the waste stream. We also continue to make progress in the installation of electric vehicle charging points, adding 16 to our network to bring the total to 275 citywide, with additional 150 ports in the design phase. We completed construction of 11 solar canopies to reduce the city's carbon footprint as well. Our teams, I mentioned potholes earlier. This year, because of the major rains, we saw 25,000 more potholes than we normally see. That's a 100% increase. Of the 50,000 high potholes that we had, we're currently at 9,000. We're making great progress, and we expect to bring that down to 0. Now, if it rains again, it'll likely go up, but we have the team and the equipment ready to respond to make sure that we fill as many potholes as we can. This year, we also had 4,000 more trees that were trimmed than the previous year, a 20% increase. And we had 3.5 million square feet of weed abatement completed in the right-of-way. There was a lot of weeds after the rains. We haven't caught up yet, but we continue to make major progress there. I would note that this has been a strain on staff. A lot of the work on potholes and on weed removal was not anticipated, and we had to redirect staff resources in order to address those. I now want to focus on our in-house street improvement crews. In fiscal year 22, we created the right-of-way construction division. That division is now crack sealing over 5 million square feet of our local streets. That equates to over 64 lane miles of road rehabilitated with in-house staff. The in-house crack and slurry seal crew receives funding from both Measure A and various transportation sources. And we are now also looking at expanding our in-house maintenance street improvement crews to add a concrete crew. We've started a limited implementation of that crew, but we look forward to expanding it with additional funding proposed in this fiscal year budget. I think my mic is going off.
Just push the button.
Oh, it is. Right. Okay, there you go. The Elevate 28 plan includes funding for this crew. The in-house concrete crew will allow the department to respond to critical concrete repairs in a more timely manner. This year, we are looking to make some major adjustments in our operating budget to better align departmental operations and focus on city priorities, create efficiencies, and deliver critical infrastructure projects. We're also, I'm going to come back to that in the next slide, but we're also looking at staffing up and making sure that we have the teams ready to deliver on our major Elevate 28 infrastructure investment plan. We're looking to focus more on staff training and development, communication improvements, and staff retention improvements. At the same time, we have our state mandated requirements on organics collection, and we have positions proposed in the budget that will help us ensure compliance with all the state legal requirements in this area. I'm going to start by talking a little more about some of the realignment and some of the additional positions that we're adding. First, I want to point to a new bureau that we're looking to create called the New Transportation Project Management Bureau. This will better align department operations to focus on city priorities, create efficiencies, and deliver critical infrastructure projects in the transportation realm. The Engineering Bureau will continue to focus on civil engineering and stormwater CIP compliance while adding the Traffic Engineering Division. The Transportation and Mobility Bureau is being repurposed into that new Transportation Project Management Bureau with a focus on grant management, more speedy project delivery for transportation, mobility, and other horizontal infrastructure projects as outlined within our infrastructure investment plan. This is similar to what we did a few years back for our permitting group, where we evaluated needs, reviewed the data, and determined that we can be more efficient and more effective by strategically aligning the Engineering Bureau and the Transportation Mobility Bureaus within department's priorities. Our permit team that restructured was a huge success. It significantly helped us recover fees and increase general fund revenues while improving customer service and service delivery. For that restructuring, our department did see an increase of $8.3 million annually over the past 5 years. That's a 30% increase, which helps us reduce our dependency on the general fund and create other opportunities for the city organization as a whole. We anticipate similar success with this realignment. The team will be better poised to pursue grants while focusing on developing the infrastructure projects highlighted in our Elevate 28 plan and incorporating the Vision Zero and mobility elements across our 5-year plan. The fiscal year 24 budget also focuses on adding eight positions and upgrading one to help us deliver the Elevate 28 infrastructure investment plan. Thirdly, the fiscal year 24 proposed budget has a strong focus on staff training, development, communications, and staff retention. Items included in the fiscal year 24 proposed budget will provide growth opportunities and increase the department's ability to invest in and retain staff, as well as increasing communications, outreach efforts, and further develops our team's supervisory skills. Lastly, the department continues to be committed to the continuation of efforts to prepare for the state-mandated organics collection requirements. Our Environmental Service Bureau is mandated to accommodate Assembly Bill 1826 and Senate Bill 1383, which requires that commercial and residential organics collection be implemented by local jurisdictions. These proposed changes in our fiscal year 24 budget will allow the department to comply with the state organics mandates. We're looking to upgrade 4 full-time equivalent positions in order to help us address these requirements. One of our major challenges involves our vacancy rate. Public Works has a vacancy rate of 27.9%. Despite recruiting and onboarding 60 employees in the past year. There are 3 classifications in specific that are impacting our ability to deliver core services, including our maintenance assistants, our school guards, and our refuse operators. For maintenance assistants, we're actually in the process of bringing that rate down. We have a lot of maintenance assistants that we brought in as non-careers that are currently in the process of pursuing full classified employment since they are on the maintenance assistant list. We just received a list for maintenance assistants from the Civil Service Department, and we are starting to process and interview so that we can make a major impact in maintenance assistants and bring that rate down. But this is a major challenge. As we bring in new employees, we often also lose employees to other cities or other organizations or other departments. So finding that balance is critical in order for us to be able to continue providing the critical core services that our department provides. Our school guards at 43.3% vacancies also continues to see major demands. That is a part-time position that pays around $15.50, and it's extremely hard to recruit in that classification. So we are with our new proposed people and culture and the reorganization within our business operations bureau. We are looking to do more and create and do things differently, creatively, in order to address these issues. An example of a new creative solution that has made an immediate impact relates to our refuse operators. This 23.3% vacancy rate is actually in the process of going to zero as a result of our department-wide one-day refuse operator hiring fair that we just hosted in partnership with Civil Service and the Human Resources Department, in which over 250 members of the public attended the event. Nearly 90 candidates applied. Over 60 were interviewed that day. 33 conditional job offers were made that same day. And an additional 26 candidates were placed on a wait list. Currently, there are more than 70 prospective refuse operators in the onboarding process. Once they are all onboarded, the classified refuse operator positions will be 100% filled. I do not believe that has ever happened, or at least not happened in decades. In addition to making major improvements in our hiring and retention practices, we are also looking to make major improvements in our communications and training initiatives. As we lose staff to retirements or departures, there is institutional knowledge that is lost. It takes time to train. It takes time to prepare our staff, and we are committing to making improvements in how we train our staff and how we develop our team members in order to be more responsive and more efficient. We are looking in this upcoming fiscal year to formalizing trainings, which includes operating procedures for construction noticing. It includes helping our staff better facilitate community meetings, plan celebration events, and also how to better communicate their progress to the public, including by using our city's website. We're also looking to launch an interactive online map of the upcoming Elevate 28 projects, as well as map out all of the upcoming active construction activity in the public right-of-way. One interactive map will show not just our projects, but also any other projects from our partners in the public right-of-way. And our People and Culture Division will allow our department to better address workforce-related challenges, especially related to staff training and professional development. I spoke a lot about staff training and the challenges related there. I also want to point out other challenges that we have, including the cost of goods and services, which continue to rise significantly and are impacting our project budgets. We continue to respond to historic weather events as best we can, but this coming year we have additional major rain forecasted, and that continues to have a strain on our department. We have the need to better train and coordinate internally to improve our external communications with the public, and that is the challenge we are taking on head-on. And we're looking to increase our work order expectations for public right-of-way improvements and other public facilities. And I spoke about our compliance with state mandates for organics collection. As a reminder, we are a large city with large unfunded liabilities. When you take our needs in our alleys, our sidewalks, our public facilities, our stormwater conveyance systems, we have an overall unfunded need of $3.4 billion. We are a large city with a large geographic area. And while we continue to make the biggest investments in infrastructure in a generation, there's still a lot more for us to do. Our opportunities are around the Elevate 28 infrastructure investment plan. We have challenged ourselves based on the success of the last 5-year infrastructure investment plan. We are challenging our teams, our communities to do more. And we are looking forward to that challenge. We also continue to see success in our field crews. And we're looking forward to expanding our concrete crews and doing more in-house maintenance work within our street infrastructure. Our new organizational structure is ready to deliver infrastructure projects and to maximize the amount that we leverage of external funding, including state and federal grants, so that we can continue to do more and meet the demands of our city. Our fiscal year 24 proposed budget realigns and enhances services without increasing any strain to the general or Tightlands funds. This has been very important to me in the last few years, that we do not increase our impact to the general fund or the Tightlands funds, and that we continue to grow and meet the needs of our residents. So with that, I will pause and conclude our presentation on the operating budget.
So, Mr. Mayor, if you're ready, we have one more presentation. That'll be our CIP, and then we're ready to answer questions.
Thank you. Let's have it.
Thank you, Tom. In addition to our responsibility of all the operating functions and core services that I just provided an overview of, the Department of Public Works also has primary responsibility for delivering the city's capital improvement program. We're very proud to share with you the fiscal year 24 proposed budget overview. We will provide a glimpse of the Elevate 28 infrastructure investment plan later in this presentation, but we're going to focus on the appropriations on the capital improvement program categories that were part of the original infrastructure investment plan as well. So just showing some pictures. Pictures are worth 1,000 words. These are all projects completed by our team under the Capital Improvement Infrastructure Program. We're very proud of the new Alamitos Beach Cafe. That's going to have its grand opening very soon. Right now they have their soft opening. We're very proud of the Wrigley Greenbelt improvements and our many street and right-of-way enhancements that we've been able to deliver citywide, and which we continue to deliver at magnitudes that we haven't seen before. Our fiscal year 24 proposed activities, our funding sources are listed on this slide. We have our water sources, our transportation sources, Measure A, gas tax, general capital projects, our gas revenues, sewer, airport, and Tidelands. A total of $170.16 million is proposed to be appropriated as part of this fiscal year 24 CIP budget. The different categories as we organize our capital improvement program are the airport, our projects, our beaches and marinas projects, our mobility and safety, parks, public facilities, and utilities. Starting with airport. The airport is looking to invest an additional $2 million this year, mainly in the airport terminal area improvements and the airfield pavement rehabilitation. In our beaches and marinas program, we have about $10 million in Tightlands funds that are funding improvements to beach amenities, beach facility improvements, beach parking lots rehabilitation, our stairway replacements, some pier improvements, seawall improvements, lagoon and wetlands improvements, dredging, etc. I will provide a more detailed project list of the Tightlands in a later slide. In our mobility and safety program, we have $75.38 million coming from a combination of transportation funds, including Proposition A, Proposition C, Measure R, etc. Our gasoline street improvement tax revenue, Measure A, and our general capital projects fund, which includes dollars from the community development block grants, the general fund, and our transportation impact fees. The proposed distribution of these funds are shown on the right. The biggest programs receiving funding includes the Arterial Corridor Enhancements Program, the Arterial Street Rehabilitation Program, our Residential Streets Improvement Program, and our ADA Curb Ramp Improvements Programs, followed by the Bikeway and Pedestrian Improvements Program. I wanted to show some before and after pictures of some of the capital improvements and the difference they make within our community. Here's a new sidewalk on Olive Avenue. Here's a new sidewalk on 56th Way. Here's improvements to Appian Way between Sorrento Drive and 2nd Street. Monogram Avenue between Napomo Avenue and Spring Street, major improvements there. Here's Northwest Country Club Road and Los Cerritos Place, before and after. And here's an alley that was unimproved or with deteriorated asphalt that we're able to complete on Johnson Avenue. I spoke about our crack and slurry CO team, and here's some of the work in action. And here's another example of our crack and slurry team before, mid-form and after. And then for our parks, we have some Measure A funds, some construction and demolition funds, and some park impact fees that we're looking to distribute between our open space development, park amenity improvements, and park facility improvements as well. Specific proposed projects in our parks category includes improvements to El Dorado Park restrooms and outdoor gathering space, Houghton Park parking lot, gathering area improvements, the Killing Fields Memorial Garden, Cambodian Veteran Memorial, the MacArthur Park renovation, the MLK Junior Park improvements, Bixby Knolls Park Playground, the Forest Park Vision implementation, Drake Chavez Park expansion, Silverado Park signature playgrounds, and open space acquisition development reserves. So these are all projects that have been in the planning and design phase. The large majority of these projects are also part of the existing citywide infrastructure investment plan. So if you recall last year, you saw a lot of these projects proposed in the plan. This is the actual appropriation that we're putting money into the specific projects to allow us to move forward with these. So this is the second appropriation that's part of the 5-year plan, and these continue every year until we fully fund the project commitments as shown in our Elevate 28 5-year plan. I'll talk about some of the new Elevate 28 projects shortly. Within our public facilities program, we have our general capital funding, Measure A, entitlements, and those are going to facility improvements pursuant to our facilities conditions assessments that we performed, where we evaluated the conditions of every public facility in our city. We have proposed projects in public facilities, our main health department building. We're making improvements to 702 West Anaheim, Alameda's library improvements, El Dorado Park library improvements, improvements to our convention center, and a small set aside for some critical facilities reserves. Within the utilities, there are some significant increases this year, mainly led by investments and by our utilities. Our water and gas utilities department making major investments in infrastructure, and you can see the uses on the bottom right-hand corner where the majority of those dollars are going. In our utilities, we also have storm drain system and water quality improvements. We've listed the Measure W funded projects on this list. I wanted to point out that we are setting aside stormwater infrastructure planning dollars. Our stormwater master plan is outdated and it's in need of being revised. We're also setting money aside for our Green Streets master plan development, low flow devices improvements, citywide water quality programs, and other improvements. Our total Measure W capital improvement program subtotal equals $3 million. I pointed out some of the Monsanto settlement funded projects on this slide as well. Want to take just a closer look at Tidelands and Measure A funding. Our Colorado Lagoon Restoration Project is in full construction, and we continue to make progress on our COVID-19 memorial. For Tidelands, we're looking at making investments into the Alamitos Bay water quality enhancements, AES pumps, beach lifeguard station upgrades, beach stairways replacements, the Belmont Beach Aquatic Center project, improvements to the temporary Belmont pool, the improvements to our Belmont Veterans Memorial Pier and continued planning and design dollars, convention center facility upgrades, and some additional projects that we can review if necessary as well. So I'm not going to spend much time on the new Elevate 28 infrastructure investment plan. I did wanted to provide a reminder of the original plan and how a lot of these appropriations recommendations are directly linked to our 5-year plan, and that's the goal. Every year we want to appropriate the dollars for all of the projects that we've identified in our 5-year plan, so that we have the funds necessary to deliver on all of the commitments. So the projects listed here are receiving dollars as part of the fiscal year 24 appropriations, and they're all consistent with the infrastructure investment plan. And this year, as we announced a couple weeks ago, we are adding 3 categories to our infrastructure investment plan: the 2028 Olympic Legacy, the Community and Cultural Investments category, and our Gold Medal Park refresh projects. This increases our total 5-year infrastructure investment plan to over $700 million. It is a lot of work, a lot of projects, and we are looking forward to helping deliver on all of these commitments by 2028. So we already provided an overview of these funds, so I'm just going to go through these quickly. But we listed all of our 2028 Olympic Legacy projects and the amount of funding going to each one. We listed all of our community and cultural investment projects, as well as our Gold Medal Park refresh projects. I did want to come back and just point out that there are 3 projects on this plan that are going to require additional review and approvals by the City Council. That includes the Convention Center improvements, Alamitos Bay water quality enhancements, and the Belmont Pool investments. The 2 of these locations are going to serve as venues for the 2028 Olympics. They are critical that we get done, but we will need additional deliberation from the full council as we refine the financing plan and the strategic delivery plan for these major assets within our city. So as a reminder, we continue to deliver our mobility projects, our park improvement projects, our public facility projects, and our right-of-way water quality and climate action projects. And I mentioned earlier, our total investment in our 5-year plan is over $750 million. So that concludes our presentation for today, and we're here to answer any questions. Bo and I.
All right, anything else, Mr. City Manager?
No, we're ready to answer questions.
All right, let's jump into it while they set up. First of all, thanks, Bo, and thanks, Eric. Lots of good stuff. There's definitely a lot of work to do these next few years, and you've got a big work plan to do. Bo, I don't have any questions, and we talk all the time because the work you do in economic development is directly linked to our ability to provide services as a city. And people care about those services. They're street sweeping, they're tree trimming, picking up trash, the thousands of mattresses we pick up. All of those services are directly linked to our ability to generate revenue. So I want to empower you to continue to think about creative and interesting ways to grow revenue in our city that's more sustainable. And we've talked about, we've depended on oil revenue and other things that may not be there in the future. And so we have to work twice as hard to redefine our local economy, to make sure that we remain a top-notch city and that we grow and expand services, because there isn't a resident in the city who will say, yeah, I want just the amount of service. Everybody's going to say, I want even more service. I want even faster response times, even more tree trimming. I want even more refuse pickup, right? Those things, and they're all directly connected to revenue. I think that we can also have fun while we're at it and sort of redefine our city in many ways. The way you talked about, creating a modern city. Economic development is one way to do that. One of the recommendations of looking at, the opportunities around the Queen Mary, those are very exciting opportunities. Talking about what that space looks like and, and the proposal on the amphitheater, I'm really, really excited about. So lots of opportunities there. I don't really have a question. You can respond if you want to respond. See, okay. I don't have any questions. I just want to say it's really exciting work. Now, Eric, you gave a lot, man. You gave your operations. You talked about Elevate 28, but a few things I just want to lift up. The work that's happened most recently in these past few months, this all hands on deck approach to hiring and getting the refuse operator positions filled needs to be lifted up and recognized and needs to be a model. The fact that we were able to come together with HR and civil service, city manager, public works, and say it's not okay for 17, 18 individuals to carry the load of delivering and picking up trash for a city of our size, the 42nd largest city in America. And when people's trash doesn't get picked up, that speaks to our ability to deliver as a city. And the fact that we are going from having more than 40% vacancy to 100% filled, and we're on course for that, should be recognized. So thank you so much, you and your team, and Deco and everyone who's worked hard to make that happen. So that needs to be recognized. There's a lot of excitement coming up, right? Like all the projects this year and over the next 5 years. And I know you say FY, 20 something to 27. It's Elevate 28. We're going through 28, right? But these are, it's not necessarily even about the Olympics. The Olympics are great, and we'll do what we need to do. It's really about using this as an opportunity and a benchmark to challenge our city to make sure that we invest in our whole city and how we show up for the Olympics. So when young people say we need youth services in the Washington neighborhood, well, let's set a goal and have a youth center and start investing in that now so we can deliver a youth center in the Washington neighborhood. When we have events on Broadway and all of that and say we're going to lift up and create an LGBTQ cultural district on Broadway, those are things that we can set a goal, say let's have it done in the next 5 years and invest in Bixby Park. Big infrastructure and wild quality challenges on the peninsula, and and people are going to be engaging with our waterway, where there are people who live there too who have had nuisances and challenges that they want to see us address. Right? My kids play soccer, and a lot of kids play soccer, and Hartwell Park, I'm really excited about the opportunities there, right? That's huge. In the Central Long Beach area, the dream for King, let's realize the dream in the next 5 years. Let's designate and actually go ahead and install the Cambodia Town monument sign, really important. Up in North Long Beach, Sheer Park's a big focus, and the West Side Promise and Admiral Kidd and Silverado and soccer fields at Houghton Park. So there's a lot. The fact that we can name projects that are important to the community across all 9 districts is incredibly important. So we know that it's going to be a big undertaking. And, as the mayor, I just want to acknowledge that and recognize that. And I think if we work together and continue to support you, be innovative, I think we can achieve all of those things. And so I didn't have any questions, but I thought those things needed to be lifted up and recognized. Now, there's one thing I do want to say that's a little bit more in the weeds. On storm drains, I saw the storm drain photo was posted. And I know that there's been some concerns about the storm drain, the flooding issue over on Artesia Boulevard, but I didn't see it on the plane, on the slide. So do we have some progress on that storm drain this year that we can talk about?
Well, we have 2 major grant funded projects that are underway. So it's going to be over $20 million investment into our pump station system and storm drain systems. The 2 funding sources is the Economic Development Agency and FEMA. And we are in design now. We are looking for opportunities to expedite the delivery of the projects so that we can deliver them as soon as possible. But we did go out, seek funding, obtain funding, and we are in the design and permitting phase for major improvements, including pump station 13, which I think is the one that we've been talking about.
The one that's near the fire station.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So it's, we have about 7 or 8 others that we're working with as well with this grant funding, and that's going to be a big part. In addition, as part of our 5-year plan, we did set aside money for our storm drains, which is going to be huge because that helps us leverage our funding sources, and it helps us cover expenses that our grants may not be able to cover, some direct and indirect costs. So that additional over $1 million investments will not only help us with our master plan update, but it also helps us provide a source to fill in gaps to make sure that we are investing in our storm drains and pump stations.
Fantastic. Thank you. Keep up the great work. We'll go to the City Council. Councilmember Zendejas.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you to both directors for such great presentations. Excited is probably an understatement for me. I'm so over beyond excited for everything that I'm seeing coming up throughout the city, but especially in District 1. To Director Bo, I love to see that one of our core services outlined for economic development is to advance economic equity. And as you know, that is something that is very important to me as well as this council. So I congratulate you for continuing to go in that direction. And that focus is shown through the efforts that have been done, like connecting over 900 youth to jobs and internship support. I mean, that's amazing. I feel very, very proud of the services that we're able to offer our youth. As you know, our youth are our future. So I'm just very, very proud. I see that we are also approving one-time funds for public service, public service pathways hiring program, which it seems like a great program, and I'd like to see if you could explain a little bit more about what that program entitles.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Zendejas. The public service pathway is an opportunity to introduce youth and young adults to public service, and as we have talked today, talent retention, talent recruitment is going to be huge, not only for business and private industry, but also the city as well. And so by that, we're going to introduce them to city opportunities and provide them an internship and on-the-job training, and hope that at the end of the opportunity that we'll be able to hire them as full-time city employees.
Wonderful. What a great program. I'm so excited about that. Thank you. I also wanted to highlight the amazing work that has been done in supporting Long Beach businesses. Our city's BizCare program has assisted over 1,200 businesses throughout through the hotline in 2023, and that is also very commendable. As you know, this year has been very, very difficult for a lot of businesses, whether they made it or they haven't, and so being creative and being not only creative, but just having the willingness to help out our businesses is very important. So I appreciate that very much. I am also intrigued on the one funding allocation for proposed downtown advertising district. May staff talk a little bit more about that program and what that will look like for our city?
Councilmember Zendejas, so that funding will be to procure and retain a consultant to look at the feasibility of a downtown advertising district. And that feasibility will look at design, location, revenue opportunities, and look at how we market and brand not only downtown, but throughout the city. And so a lot of that information will come out from hiring and retaining a consultant and putting together a plan to move forward.
Thank you. So that will shape what the downtown advertising district will look like, right? This allocation. So really excited about that as well. Thank you very much. And I will queue up. Oh no, I still have a couple more, a minute or so. I will move on to Public Works. As you know, Director Eric Lopez, outside of homelessness services, the department, my office, and I reach out to the most in regards to constituent cases is Public Works. Director Lopez, I want to thank you and your team for all the amazing work that you continue to do, and truly for leading with a focus on equity. The infrastructure investment and Elevate 28 plan cover areas in our city that for many years have been neglected, but soon will be receiving improvements, and that's amazing. That's something, again, to be applauded. I'm confident that we will continue to improve upon our public works service and that we will continue to lead with the equity lens. The work of our public works employees the work that they do is highly valuable to our city and the function of our city. That is why I am extremely supportive of this budget's focus on employment retention and and also on the addition of the People and Culture Projects Officer. I think that was a really great addition. Also want to say that your clean team is amazing. I just wanted to highlight one incident where we had a very, very bad alley, and it just kept getting worse and worse, and we couldn't go in there to clean it because there was a bee hive, and it was in a location where we couldn't ourselves go in there and take it out. And you guys were so resourceful and worked with Southern California Edison to address that issue, and it was night and day of a difference. And I just want you to know that residents in District 1 saw that and applauded you for really helping us out there. So it's not every day that you have the same day, right? Every day is a new thing that comes up, and just your creativity and your willingness to give to the community is so important. And I will queue up again. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen?
Thank you, thank you. Well, Eric, I'm 700 million by 2028. You go. That is a lot going on. My goodness, I tell you, it's just
720 million.
Yeah, 720 million. Okay. Yeah, that is incredible. So just kudos to all the work that you got to get done. Where I'm applauding you already. But I do want to thank you for the work, the $3 million that's going on in Bixby Park. As we know, it's one of our city's most favorite parks. I mean, where else can you do like yoga and basketball and some roller skating and all that stuff? So I can tell you, for so many residents, not just residents of District 2, but all over the city, they appreciate your investment in that park. And then also in our cultural district, in our LGBTQ district, that's really important, not only for us, but for cultural districts all over the city. So thank you for that. And all of your public works team, I mean, we can't say enough about, I'm sure a lot of your leaders are here right now. They come to work hot or cold, wet or dry. They show up, they get the work done, and we just can't thank you all enough for all that you do. I know we're constantly in contact with Linda, Fianna, Joy, Kenneth Roberts, Paul Van Dyke. I'm sure I'm missing some, and I apologize, but all the work that your folks do is just incredible. When you talk about the alley cleanups and the mattresses, I like to go out there and do cleanups, and I tell you, the amount of mattresses that are left just blows my mind. Like, people pick up your darn mattresses, but anyway, all the work that you do is just absolutely incredible. I have a question for you with regards to the organic collection requirement. When is that state mandate? When is that going to happen?
So it's happening now. There are rolling requirements through every fiscal year that we're making progress in, and that's going to continue. As part of our compliance process, we developed a plan. We submitted the plan to the state for approval. We got our plan approved, and we've been working off of that. Every so often, we do face challenges. For example, the new refuse trucks that we needed took a lot longer to arrive than we expected it. So we're always in communications with the state on those unanticipated challenges that impact our timeline. So there's some really good communication back and forth, and our relationship with the state agency responsible has improved. So it is ongoing. There's a lot more that we need to do, not just as a department, but as a city. For example, purchasing recycled paper is a requirement, and we have to work with our partners in financial management and purchasing and others to ensure that as a city we are compliant with that and the many other requirements from the state. So a lot of work to be done, but I would say it's really a process to compliance, and we have a good collaborative relationship with the state to ensure we're getting closer and closer to be at a full compliance point.
Awesome. And then I would still ask for Mr. Modica to still work closely with all of your outreach team, because I know I get a lot of questions regarding that. So, and I know you're doing that already, but I think I still get questions about businesses. And then Mr. Bo, I tell you what, you have a lot of work on your plate too. Grow 28 and all of that is just incredible. So I do have one quick question. Councilwoman Zendejas kind of hit on it, but with regards to hiring the downtown consultant to help you, is that something that you're going for with the marketing? Is that something you're going to do from a bench that's already created? Is there something you go out to RFP, and then how quick can that happen?
So Vice Mayor Cindy Allen, that hasn't been decided if we're going to go to the bench or if we're going to issue an RFP, but we'll definitely get back with you once a decision made as far as how we proceed forward.
Okay, good, because I know there's a lot of great companies on the bench, but however you decide to do that, I think it's real important that we get that going, because there's just so many, and I know I've talked with Mr. Modica about this, city assets that we could possibly use or make money off of. So I'm just really interested in getting that going. So thank you very much. I definitely appreciate all of your hard work, and I am done on time.
And Councilmember, if I can, I did want to expound that we did look into this advertising district a little bit in the past as we had done some of our signage and gateway programming. This idea came up, so we've done a little bit of work. What we're really looking for here is to take the next implementation step. So this could be a really strong revenue source for us. This could be a Grow Long Beach initiative to create our own funding source, and that's what we'd be looking for, is who's got that expertise to help us understand how to fund it, the revenue split, and how best to maximize the revenue, as well as the zoning and land use issues as well.
Thank you. This funding, I'll just add, it allows us to get started on some of these ideas that have come up throughout the years, and I think we can all agree that as we go into the events in the next 5 years, it will be great to have our identity worked out as a city and how we market and talk about Long Beach. And you're in a great place as chair of the Economic Development Committee, because there's going to be a lot of discussion to talk about these issues, as well as we talk about tourism, Arts and Culture Committee. So this enables us to have some pretty exciting conversations over this next year. Next is Councilwoman Sorrow, remotely.
Hi, everyone. I am sorry I'm not able to be there in person, but I'm happy that I'm able to join virtually. I want to thank Director Lopez and Martinez for their presentation. Thank you to the city staff for all your work in the departments. And I just want to also thank everyone who's come out this evening to make public comments or in support, for support of the budget presented this evening. So I want to start with sharing how grateful I am of the economic development team's really swift and efficient assistance to businesses affected by the East Anaheim Plaza fire. back in December 2022. And this goes back to one of the work mentioned that needs to be done more is marketing and telling the story, because the rapid fire response workshop really helped coordinate it and respond and assisted the business so that they're either relocated or getting the assistance they need to get back on their feet. So I just wanted to list that as an example that not many people know, because I think that we need to do better to tell our stories of what's been accomplished in the economic development department and the team. The other thing I want to just share is how much I believe that we need to definitely continue to focus on business assistant and engagement, especially in our corridors that need support. While there may be some bids in them, there's still additional needed to make sure that they're all thriving. I noted that, you know, one of the slides that Director Martinez has is small business is big business. While we have a large number of small businesses, they're really a majority of the businesses that are made up in our city. The other thing that I want to emphasize, which I'm really excited to see, is continuing to emphasize our workforce development. It's truly important to see the grand opening of the future Long Beach, the new youth development center in 508 West Willow Avenue, because we really need to continue to make sure we're providing workforce resources where communities are at. And so, you know, that's really, I just wanted to touch on around economic development. I know there's a lot of work to do, and I'm excited to see more that comes, you know, ahead of us in the next year as we move forward. My next comment is for Public Works. You know, it's truly more remarkable how much work is done every day in the department, and how hard the staff works. So I just want to thank everyone in the department, because it really, one of the biggest thing I always talk about is the trash in my district. I know that we work a lot in partnership with our department to make sure we keep things clean, and I hope that we continue that and continue to provide education to promote Go Long Beach app. And the other thing is just excited that I appreciate Director Lopez coming out to provide a presentation on providing an update on the Anaheim corridor improvement project. So lastly, I just want to really just express again my gratitude for just the investment that's going to be made for Elevate 28, particularly putting our city up for a challenge to see how can we increase our investment in cultural community, right? Particularly on MLK Junior Park, where 3.7 million is allocated for some renovation work, 500,000 for VIP placemaking signage and placemaking, as well as the Cambodia Town grand entrance of $1 million. So I can't tell how much time I have, but what I did want to ask are just a clarification for Director Lopez, if you could clarify the 400,000 that's allocated to MacArthur Park, because I've had some resident wonder about it, because we've had previous funds allocated, and I just wanted to see if you could clarify that.
Absolutely, council member. So the proposed additional allocation for MacArthur Park is intended to help address project costs that grants don't cover. If you recall, the large majority of that project at MacArthur Park, over 95%, is covered by a state grant. By a direct appropriation that was approved and is going through one of the state departments. So we had a small appropriation of Measure A before. In the budget, we have another small appropriation. I think it ends up being under 10% of the total cost that is there to help us with those costs and with any potential unforeseeable costs. As you know, we're getting ready to put that project out to bid.
Needed to fully complete the project.
It will help. I won't say that in definitive until I have the bids back. So we're putting the project out to bid. We know we've seen some cost escalation, but you really don't know what you're gonna get until the bids are on hand. So the next step is for us to finish the bidding process and then come back to council, hopefully with no additional funds needed and ready to pursue. But we got to see what the market is gonna provide when we put that out for competitive bid.
Thank you. And last comment is, as chair of the Mobility, Ports, and Infrastructure Committee, I'm so glad to hear about the restructuring of the Engineering Bureau and Transportation Mobility Bureau to make sure that their operations are more effective. I look forward in seeing the progress and checking in within the committee on it. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Ricks Odie.
I am going to start with economic development. I'll admit, listening to your presentation at the end, I had to resist the inclination to clap, because I've never thought about a budget presentation as a marketing tool, but the beginning part of that presentation made me proud to be in Long Beach. So nice job. You marketed Long Beach to me, even in your budget presentation. A couple of things I just kind of wanted to uplift. Director Martinez is, I'm someone, you and I talk a lot about investments in our business improvement districts and making sure that they are an extension of the work that we do as far as economic development. And so I was really excited to see the addition of that staff member for the oversight for the business improvement district program. And I just wanted to ask you to talk just a little bit about your vision for that role.
Yeah, so I see the position working very closely with our business improvement districts as it relates to many of the programs and services they already provide, which includes clean and safe, business development, activation of our public spaces, focusing on marketing and branding, and really looking at how we can not only leverage them as a resource, but make sure that we're delivering programs that help them, continue to grow and thrive within their respective districts, as well as citywide. So I really see this person being the champion for our business improvement district program, as well as building partnerships not only with the staff of our business improvement districts, but also the businesses and neighborhoods that are surrounding our business improvement district. So it's a pretty big job, but it's a unique opportunity to continue to leverage and build.
And then my follow-up question to that is related to that, because I know there's additional funding for the marketing and branding campaign. And I know, I've talked a lot about the idea of these neighborhood marketing profiles, and you mentioned that in your presentation. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, so as part of the one-time funding, we're going to utilize that to hire a consultant to help us design what I'm calling neighborhood marketplace profiles. And the profiles will focus on our commercial corridors as well as our business improvement districts throughout the city, including downtown, and really focusing on why Long Beach, right? So we'll look at it from a broader marketing branding perspective, from a citywide perspective, and then drill down to our neighborhood and commercial corridors, because as I mentioned in the presentation, consumers want unique, authentic opportunities, right? They want to be part of a special place and feel connected. And by doing that, I think we're going to be able to tell the story of each of our commercial corridors. We'll look at market opportunities, we'll look at demographics, we'll look at what's special and unique about each and every one of those areas, and then really focusing on how we can, market and promote, throughout the city, both nationally as well as internationally, because I think, Long Beach is a special place. We just haven't been able to shout and tell our story from the rooftops.
Fantastic. And then kind of broadening. So I see in the Business Operations Bureau, there's been a kind of year-to-year change in the budgeted FTE. So we've expanded our Business Operations Bureau quite a bit. Can you talk a little bit about where those positions have gone and what they focus on?
So I think you may be talking about our Business Development Bureau?
So this is page 308 in the budget book. So I was looking at those budget FTEs for the fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23.
Let me look at the budget book real quick.
Sorry, this isn't related. This wasn't in the presentation.
That's okay. That's what budget hearings are about. So anything's fair game. We'll answer it tonight if we can, and we'll come back if we can't.
I think you got him stumped, Joni, council member. That's how you do it.
I gave a page.
No,
I gave
so
a page.
I can assure you, we did not get budget to add 11 new FTEs. So what this is likely, and we'll confirm for you, but what this likely is just a realignment of positions within across bureaus. So we will get you more clarification on that one.
Okay, thank you.
And,
You know,
and to
I'm the
even
data
clarify
person,
a little
right?
bit
So I look
more
at the
about
numbers.
that is that we're not adding any new position to the Business Operations Bureau, we're just realigning staff.
Okay, but yeah, if you can get me some follow-up information, because legitimately, I think we're doing a really great job in investing in, as Councilmember Sarl talked about, with investing in our small businesses and the business operations. So it would be nice to kind of get a narrative around like what that realignment is going to be focused on, right, broadly. And then I think that actually was my last question. Oh, and then just one small question. So under the one-time funding for the design implementation of Grow Long Beach, there was a comment about using that money for a site selector, and I just wasn't sure what a site selector was.
Yeah, so as part of our... Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, Councilmember Dr. Rick Sodi. So as part of our proactive business development, we want to go out there and start, looking at how we can grow, Long Beach from a national and international perspective. And so what we want to do is invite site selectors from all over the country, introduce them to Long Beach, talk about all the great things that are happening in Long Beach. And in return, we hope that they go back and work with the companies that are looking to either relocate or expand and bring them to our community, which means more jobs and investment. And a site selector typically works with companies who are looking to grow, expand, or relocate to other communities, whether they're a national company or an international company. And so we're hoping that we can invite 5 or 6 of them every year and build that relationship. And hopefully, that gives us a good return on our investment through jobs and investment in the community.
Thank you so much. I'll queue up for the public works stuff.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. They touched upon a lot of the topics that I was going to bring up. So I'll just give you kudos, both of you, for the excellent work you're doing. Looking forward to the grand opening of the Workforce Development Center. It's in the 7th District of Willow, so I'm looking forward to that. I've also been working with you in regards to the development of BPIDs. Thank you for helping with that. Also, when you get those contractors, excuse my grumbly voice. When you look at getting the consultants on board to look at economic development corridors, I have a few in my district that you're looking at now, and I want to thank you for doing that. And that's a great part of the growth in terms of what you bring to the table when it comes to economic development. Excuse me a second. Excuse my crackly voice. So looking forward to that as well as the credit opening. In regards to public works, great job with alleys. Over the years, I've been hearing so much complaints about our alleys. Our alleys were always like the last on the list of things to do. And you really concentrated on that this time around. Glad to see that a lot of those alleys needed a lot of work, and you were able to accomplish that. Want to commend you also on the clean team. Innovative, good project that teaches great work, and I hope that we're able to continue it as we move forward. And then finally, doing a great job with the, you know what, I just lost my train of thought. Anyway, you're doing good in your work at home, and you guys also, and your government development, you both, all three of you. There's a bifurcation there in regard to development with business and econ, but you guys are doing a good job there. So, once you continue your work, you can do it. I'm sorry again.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, council member. Next, we have Councilwoman Kirk.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's good to see you. Bo and I just had a great conversation this afternoon on our monthly briefing. I'm really intrigued and hopeful about the neighborhood profiles around major corridors, that idea that folks want to belong to a place. And I think all of us know we picked Long Beach for a reason. Some of us were born and never left because we feel like we belong in a place. And we also feel like we belong in lots of places in the city. That's kind of the magic of it. So as a council member who represents opportunities for big business, space business in D5, as well as small business corridors like Norse and Viking and Bixby Knolls as well, the assistance of having that information at my fingertips to be able to talk about what makes our neighborhood different, special, the demographics, how it's important for companies that are looking to come here, I think is going to be a great tool for us to partner with the department so that you're not out there on your own, but that we can also have that information to be able to sell the reasons that we love Long Beach, but also have the data to back it up. So it's small things like that I think make a big difference, and appreciate that work that you're doing. And we just talked today, so I don't know that I have any other questions for you. And Joni did a great job. I always cue a little later because some folks have more experienced folks have good questions, so I appreciate my colleagues' work greatly. Eric, you and I talk a lot, and you're singing the song of most of my D5 residents when we talk about infrastructure, when we talk about basic services and streets and sidewalks and parks. They matter a lot to folks in our city, and they matter a lot to folks in D5. I appreciate the recognition and the structural changes you're making within your department to streamline services, to bring some services in-house so that they can be deployed more quickly, because it's such an ambitious plan for 5 years. And we know that there is a great desire of everyone in your department to get it done and make it happen. And they're out there chasing grants and doing things in new ways to enhance the quality of life for residents in regards to basic services. So the before and after pictures are always great to see, and I think, when we see the volume and the weight and pounds and tons of trash and debris and weeds and all of those things that were unexpected this year, I'm really grateful for the work of the teams that you have out there on the ground. A shout out to Fiona, who gets more emails from us than she would like in any given day, around bringing things to the attention of the department. And I want to thank your teams out there, even when short-staffed, for being as responsive as they can in the moment and helping us with timelines when there's going to be a bit of a delay so that we can communicate that out to our residents. You've been really forthright with that. I was joking with the mayor up here that you showed a before and after of an alley, and that's just teasing. We know how many alleys across this city that we would love to be able to do, but you also talked about a $3.4 billion unfunded need. As someone who comes from a school district with an unfunded need on facilities, I understand that there's always so much more that we want to do. But I appreciate the ways in which you're trying to find new ways to do them more efficiently and creatively. So all of that is in service to that we have a lot of work to continue to do. The work around hiring and retention is going to be critical. And again, the mayor pointed out that the work done with refuse really is a sign of looking at things. I know there are lessons learned in that process. It wasn't a perfect process, but the collaboration between human resources, your department, and civil service, there were great ways to move forward, potentially as a model for other departments so that we don't have to experience such high vacancy rates. So thank you for that. I'm excited about all of it. I will shout out Hartwell Park, which we know has got extra funding, and the mayor now has a soccer player. So as someone who grew up in this city in a family that played soccer, and my husband who grew up in North Long Beach, everybody plays soccer at Hartwell Park. It's got to be one of the most used parks in the city. There is not a corner that isn't being used for games or practice or yoga or cross country from all three institutions, from the school district, from the community college, and the university all use that for practice on any given day. So the opportunity to make some really meaningful investment there is really exciting. And my time's up, so I'll requeue if I need to, but thank you.
Thank you. 2 soccer players. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, and I really want to appreciate all of the comments, but more importantly, both of the presentations. They give us a big picture view of the future of our city. And I think the presentations actually intersect because there's a lot of synergy happening with both departments. Mr. Martinez, I want to focus on a couple of things, the marketing and branding, which I think is extremely important. You know, when we talk about our city, our big city with various diverse needs, and no two commercial corridors are created equal. We want to have economic equity as much as possible, but we do have some dormant corridors that need some attention. And I do think a marketing branding strategy in North Long Beach, on the west side, Central Long Beach, in some of our areas that have been economically depressed for a long time would be helpful. We also, I think, need to, hopefully your department will have a strategy to hold developers and property owners accountable for helping to you know, uplift these areas as well, and discourage land banking, because it seems to me that is a practice that we need to address as well. In regards to the one-time funding in FY24 to develop a marketing strategy, is that going to be a contract? Do you expect to award a contract to do that, or is that going to be in-house?
Councilmember Austin will probably look to retain a consultant to help design, develop, as well as put together the marketing pitch for each of the profiles, and it'll also be done in-house in partnership with, you know, our future public information officer and our public information office, and in consultation with the city council districts, the bids, and all our community stakeholders.
So I don't want to hamstring you in any way, but Long Beach is a big, diverse city, and if you don't know Long Beach, I would be really concerned about the marketing. We do a lot of marketing downtown and branding in our downtown areas and Belmont Shores and where tourists go. We don't do enough in our neighborhood communities, and so I would love to see those resources focused there. Just my comments on that. In terms of the bid administration, I didn't really understand the position and the need there. Can you just help us understand why we are several business improvement districts that have staff needs a oversight from the city and what that position would actually do?
Councilmember Austin has mentioned earlier in the presentation, and the previous question to that is, we really feel that this is a unique opportunity when you look across the country at other cities. Typically, they'll have many staff managing the business improvement district because they recognize the value they bring not only to their area but to the city as a whole. So when you think about our BIDs, I mean, it's really looking at how they leverage revenues, right? Whether it's a property assessment, a business assessment, and how they build programs and initiatives around that. And so without a staff person, then I think, you know, we would lose that opportunity to leverage not only the bids as a resource and the funding they already invest within the city, but also how we leverage the people and businesses along the corridor. So we feel it's a very, very important position, you know, so that way we can continue to grow and help our bids prosper going forward.
And I will add that this was an audit that the city auditor's office did. They looked into bids a couple years ago and did some benchmarking and called out the need to be able to add more positions. So we haven't been able to do that in prior budgets. So we do recommend this. We've also been growing our bids. So in the beginning, we just had a few, and then we added Uptown and Anaheim and Midtown, and now we're even looking on the west side to add. So there's definitely more work that needs to be done.
So I know there's no future in the past, but it seems to me that we had individuals who actually was supporting our bids in that regard here in the city. Unless I'm mistaken, I know that there were individuals who would show up at every bid meeting, who were the resource here in the city. They've since moved on to other places, but the positions, did they leave as well?
We had one budgeted position, so everyone else kind of pitched in and would try to come support our bids because the need had grown, but there's actually in the budget just one budgeted position. So this would bring us to 2.
Okay, thank you, and I'll requeue.
And Mayor, we do have if we can, to address the question that Dr. Rixotti had regarding our business operations
Sure.
bureau, we can answer
You
that
found
question
it?
right now. Yes.
All right, do it right now. Let's go.
Yes, I found it. So the increase in FTEs that Councilmember Rixotti is referring to was actually occurred between FY22 and FY23, and that was a realignment of essentially our financial services staff in support of workforce. We moved them out of the Workforce Development Bureau and realigned them into the Business Operations Bureau, who's generally responsible for our administrative and financial services.
All right, we got that answer. Back to the list. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you. Back to Public Works. Another area that is very important to my residents is school safety. We have expanded our Safe Passage program support in schools, and I'm happy to support adding positions relating to the Alternative Transportation and Safe Routes to School program. May staff please give a briefly go over the program and what it is?
Which program was that, council member?
That's the Safe Routes to School program.
Yes, it's part of the realignment within the Engineering Bureau and the Traffic Engineering Bureau. We were able to hire some additional senior traffic engineers. We now have 3, and 2 of which are newer members to the team. By realigning the division, we were able to focus those senior engineers in specific areas, and one of them is within that program. So that group will be led by one of our senior engineers. It will include an assistant admin analyst 3 and a community program specialist 4 and one of our assistant administrative analysts. That team is intended to help address critical areas of need around schools and ask the questions of, are the crosswalks, more proactively ask the questions, are the crosswalks sufficient? Are our traffic safety devices sufficient? Can we do more around these sensitive areas in order to improve safety? And all of this consistent with Vision Zero and the goals of Vision Zero. So having staffed up that group and being led by one of our senior traffic engineers, we're able to be more proactive as opposed to some of the reactionary responses and how we were in that crisis mode in some of these areas. So we're looking forward to being more proactive.
Amazing. Super excited about that. I also wanted to highlight that traffic safety issues have been a priority for many, if not all of my neighborhood groups in District 1. I see that traffic calming priority program has helped prioritize investigations based on need. May you share how we define and measure need when it comes to traffic calming cases?
I could, but I won't do as good a job as our city traffic engineer. So Paul is heading over here, and he's going to help me answer that questions. I know we rely on data more now than we have in the past, and so Paul.
Thank you. Happy to have you here, Paul.
Oh, it's always good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, we're proud to talk about our traffic calming priority index and how we've pivoted from a responsive reactive model to one that is more data driven. So to focus on the need for traffic calming, we really take into account 3 factors: the number of cars on a street, the number of crashes on the street, and the prevalence of speeding. We're not counting how many times you call our office about traffic calming. So yeah, we have a quarterly response program, and we evaluate the corridors that have the highest rates of those 3 factors, and we're working on being more objective and responsive and data driven, and also being transparent. So if folks want to know what are you working on? How does my street compare to the one on the other side of the block? They'll have that information now, and we're working to make that information more accessible, more available, and really show all the hard work that my team is doing in addressing traffic safety.
Thank you very much for that answer, Paul. Moving on, wanted to share or express my excitement and just super joyful for the thought of bringing a community center to our Washington neighborhood. I think that has been something that the community has wanted way before I came into office, and that's something that they've been really working for. And I have to commend the youth in my district for really pushing for a youth community center in their neighborhood. And one of the things that I see is that, and I know that we have actually put it on a 5-year infrastructure plan, and thank you. I know that this has been supported a lot by our mayor, so also thank you to our mayor for supporting this. And I also know that a lot of my residents and youth in particularly have asked for it to be on 14th Street and Long Beach Boulevard. And I know that in the budget it says that it's to be placed, or quote unquote placed, at Seaside Park. So I was wondering if this might be a good time to ask that we not designate a certain part, but actually let it go through the process, and that we later be able to identify which location might be better. I think that would be something my residents would be very grateful for.
Thank you, Council Member. So the big part of any project, the first major phase is planning and community engagement. As we get the project out the ground and begin that process, in that planning phase, I'm sure we'll hear of both opportunities and challenges. And if the location is one of them, we're happy to look at where it makes the most sense to put the center. So that's part of the initial project initiation, and we'd be happy to spend some time looking at that and ensure that we are going at a location that it maximizes the benefits to the community.
Thank you very much. So does that mean we can take that word out, Seaside Park?
I say, let me just jump in. So basically it's the Washington Neighborhood Youth Center, and if it lands at 14th Street Park or Seaside Park, I think the community will be a part of that. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be at Seaside. I think what's important is that we have the funding in place to begin that feasibility process, to lay it out. I know there are some small parcels available on 14th Street and there's some interest there, but once you start laying out setbacks from the street and all of that, you're gonna look at it and say, is this the community center that we really wanna deliver? So it doesn't, so we gotta go through that that will be the very first thing that we have to do. But the idea, it needs to be Washington neighborhood, hopefully on public land that we own, so there aren't land acquisition costs that can slow down and delay the project from us making it a reality. So I would suggest that we just refer to it as like the Washington Neighborhood Youth Center, because it gets confusing, because there's some funding in there for 14th Street improvements for the vacant lot, right? If that vacant lot isn't used for a community center, you still want to have that vacant space activated. So I think generally we understand and we're all on the same page there.
We like that naming change, so we'll keep that as a note, so when we adopt the budget, we can make that as one of our changes, and then that way it starts at a higher level, and then we can do that site-specific analysis and find the right site that meets the community needs.
Thank you so much.
I would also say it's come up a lot at the neighborhood, the community budget meetings, so I think that's important. Thank you, Council Member. Next is Council Member Ricks Odie.
Now it's time for fun for you and myself, Director Lopez. But it's all good stuff. So I just want to say, actually, the Capital Improvement Program budget book was actually the first part of the budget that I read. And that's because, just so you know, it was important to me. So I just want to say, very well laid out, very clear, so thank you for that. So a couple of things. I know you and I talked about this a little bit. So you talked about the slurry seal program as an internal program that we're doing, and in-house maintenance. And I noted it because it was one of the budget items that basically we started with a zero budget and then we added the 1.5 million. But my understanding is that as part of the Elevate 28 plan, we're actually doing additional enhancements. Can you talk about those additional enhancements?
Yes, as we staff up and get the equipment and train up our team, we want to continue increasing our capacity to do those types of improvements. And the asphalt crack and slurry seal, and people ask, why do you call it crack and slurry seal? It's because the cracks allow water to go into the streets, and that's what deteriorates the conditions of our streets. So if you fill those cracks and you seal the roadway, you will have a roadway in good condition longer than you otherwise would have. So that program, we want to continue putting in resources. Not only do we need to cover the increased costs in asphalt and equipment rentals and all of those additional resources that are required, but we also want to continue growing the program and the functionality. So one of the questions I get asked a lot is, why can you only focus on streets with a grade of 70 or above? Why can't we crack and slurry seal streets that are in lower condition? And we can, but it's a different type of application, different type of training, and so that's one of the areas where we want to continue to look at and continue to enhance our capacity. So that's one part of the answer. The second part is our concrete crews. Our concrete, right now we have one crew that does the forming, they do the concrete pouring, they do the finishing. Ideally, we want to get to a point where we have a crew that's forming, another crew that's pouring, and another crew that's finishing, so that you can expand exponentially your output on these types of improvements, whether they be curb and gutter or sidewalks, etc. So this additional funding, the Elevate 28 plan, is intended to help us do just that. We will need to hire the staff, we will need to train them, and we will need to keep them busy with street improvements. But the $3 are there, so I have no doubt that we'll be able to keep them busy. It's just building up the teams that's the biggest challenge.
I also wanted to lift up, and I appreciated the section on the unfunded needs, and basically kind of talking long-term about the investments that we need to make into our city. Particularly, I know we talk about streets, but also people always talk about their alleys, right? And making sure that we're doing our alley paving. And so I noted here that you called that out. And then I know that the mayor also mentioned all of the aspects around the stormwater protection system, the needs for the assessments, and making sure that we're using those two grants that you mentioned to do the stormwater pump stations, and thinking about like our chronically flooded areas. And so I'm really looking forward to that. And then moving to the operations section, there's one thing I wanted to lift up, and I know you broke this up into themes, and there's a theme in here that's the realignment of Engineering Bureau and the creation of the Transportation Protection Management Bureau, but there was a sentence in here that really resonated me that I wanted to call out, which was, you said, to set up a team for both short and long-term success, reduce redundancies, provide succession planning, and a manageable workload, right? And so when we talk about the issues around recruitment and retention, right, like calling that out and making sure that that's like an important aspect of the work that we do in Public Works, considering the fact of the vacancies, I think is just something that, to me, resonated the type of leadership and where we're going with the department. I saw you in that mattress drop-off pilot program, right? We talk about all the mattresses we have in the city, and so I'm very much interested in seeing how that is going to work, and whether or not we'll get our residents to utilize it. My data statistician heart, leaped a beat when I saw all of the wonderful performance measures, and basically all the accomplishments here were basically metrics. And so kudos to Public Works for the amount of just kind of data collection and basically being able to like map out those metrics and the impacts that Public Works had in so many different areas. And for those of you who may not have looked, you should look at that % of graffiti sites remediated on public city facilities within 24 hours. Know that your city does that in 98% of the time. They get to those in 24 hours. That is we should applaud that legitimately. And then the last thing I just wanted to call out was the addition of the People and Culture Projects Officer. Again, being mindful about the culture of a department and making sure it's a place that people want to stay and they feel like they can grow. So I'm very much interested in that recruitment and making sure that we identify someone that's going to add value and be able to make sure that we have a culture in a department where people feel valued. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, and I'll try to be brief. Mr. Lopez, first of all, great presentation. I want to really highlight the flexibility that your team has had, particularly over the last year, and continues to perform on behalf of our communities and cities, meeting the emergency responses, dealing with the potholes, the fallen trees, those one-off episodes that really can disrupt city operations, and so your team has been great. I want to salute you and your team for also taking on arguably the largest infrastructure program in this city's history. There's work happening all over the city. I'm witnessing it in my district, just about everywhere I go, and we very much appreciate it. And we're still playing catch up for many years of lack of investment in infrastructure. I think that should be lifted up. I mostly appreciate the voters for giving us Measure A. That is the resource in which allows us to do all of these, much of these projects that are going to make our city a better place in the future. I wanted to also just address the vacancy rate in the department. I think, I applaud the strategies with the refuse operators, the one-day hiring fair. I am concerned about the crossing guards, as we are committed to safe passages in our city. We've talked about that. Having those eyes out there are important for safety of our young people, but also traffic safety as well. And hopefully we can employ some similar strategies. I also would advise just maybe to take this under consideration, Mr. Modica, as well, reaching out and working with the employee organizations, our unions, to help in that regard. I've seen some recent activity in other places where that has been a strategy that has been helpful. And obviously they're going to talk about these $15 an hour wages that aren't competitive anymore. But I did have questions regarding the community cultural investments. And, over the Elevate 28 infrastructure investment plan, promises to do a lot to uplift culture in our communities. And there's some significant investments over the next few years. I'm not clear on whether or not that investment is in FY24 or in FY27 or 28. Can you outline what specific projects and what are we going to be investing in over the next year, since we're talking about the FY24 budget today? Because the way it is presented here doesn't make that clear.
So I would point to slide 27 in the capital improvement program proposed budget overview to help as I answer that question. If we look at the chart on that slide, it shows the amount of Elevate 28 dollars recommended for each of the three categories: the 2020 Olympic Legacy, Community and Cultural Investments, and the Gold Medal Park Refresh projects. It shows the first column is FY25 Measure A bond, so a total of $37 million spread out in the way I think this is the operating presentation on the screen. We need to go to the capital improvement program presentation.
Yeah, there's no 27 in that. Yeah, that starts at like slide 35.
27. Okay, then because they were together. Okay, keep going. Almost there, keep going. There it is, back. That's it. Sorry, slide 60.
And so 37 million is recommended as part of FY25 Measure A bond, 18 million as part of non-bond Measure A between FY24 and 27, and then we have the total Measure A between 24 and 27, and then some of the additional funding that also will get appropriated between fiscal year 24 and 27, and it shows the overall Elevate 28 grant total. So the answer is the appropriations will happen as part of the annual CIP budget appropriations. The plan provides the roadmap, and the actual appropriations happen on an annual basis on the projects. Some of these projects will require planning and design work. For those, we try to get some of those planning side works on the front end. We do have to balance it to make sure that the dollars are aligned, the availability of dollars are aligned with our projects. The goal is to have all of these projects done by 2028. So fiscal year 27 will be the last year we appropriate, and then hopefully, we get to complete them.
And this will be similar to the process from last year, Councilmember, where this is the part of the project, the process where we identify the projects and we get council buy-in that these are the appropriate projects, and then we'll take them and put them into actual, which happens in what year. So that work will happen after you adopt the budget. Then we'll come back with the work plan.
Okay, because in slide 65, I was really kind of pointing to that one. It doesn't necessarily outline what's happening in FY24, but I will await that information because I think that would be helpful to know how we're prioritizing.
All right. Next is Councilwoman Kerr.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to also acknowledge the work done at the airport. I know it's been ongoing work the last year or so with some federal grants to do that, but we're also adding our own money into that. It's both the airfield improvements in the land side, such as the new baggage claim that's opened up, and the upcoming work on, I forget what we're calling it, the horseshoe or the U around the roadway, and how when we have these conversations, it's a both and with the economic development and the services, because we know the work of economic development helps us do more and more services, and the airport is part of that economic development that people have come to rely on in this city, and we're really proud of. So the continued attention and work to making that customer experience even more accessible has been really helpful, and I just wanted to point that out, so thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen. And talk for a little while, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So in the Refuge Recycling Fund Group, can you clarify the staffing changes? It says 8 maintenance assistants and 4 maintenance assistants in the clean team. So are we losing 3 of the clean team positions?
No. What we ended up doing is the clean team is in the Public Service Bureau, and currently consists of some refuse operators. So we are realigning. We're essentially switching. We're moving the ROs to back to the Environmental Services Bureau, and then the maintenance assistants are being created in the Public Service Bureau. So it's just a realignment of positions. We're not reducing the positions in the clean team.
Okay,
this has to do with the appropriate labor organizations and what they represent and which positions do what. So those all used to be in one labor organization. They're now in different ones. So we have to be respectful of that and which bargaining work goes to which employee.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Thank you for that clarification. And also, I want to say that the beach has been, busier than ever after COVID and this summer. And so the new lifeguard towers will look amazing for all of our new visitors. So we appreciate that. And I know my residents have asked about the refurbishing and the refinishing of the staircases along the bluff in the past. So I'm eager that I'm able to share those projects with them. And also the Alamitos Neighborhood Library is a historic, landmark, as you know. I know you're shaking your head, Director Lopez. And so these window and door renovations will restore the character to that historic building, and I think it's like $100,000, so appreciate that. And then, you know, as I said earlier on the Elevate 28, I think it's very impressive for the success of 2028. And I know that I'm especially pleased to see the 7th Street traffic and safety improvements planned. I know that that's a major corridor, and it definitely needs a lot of work, and there's a lot of residents that live nearby, and there's a lot of residents that really care about that 7th Street corridor, so I'm really happy to see that. And then also all the good work on the Convention Center getting ready for the Olympics. So thank you again for the presentation and all the hard work.
All right, well, that satisfies council member comment. We move to public comment. We have a healthy list here of 35 speakers. So we will go ahead and get started. I'm going to call up 10 at a time. Please come to the front and line up. And because we have more than 10 speakers, that means we're at 90 seconds. That's our rules instead of 3 minutes. So first is Deanna Knowles. Please come forward. Then Leslie Sanders, Linda Thomas, Leonard Adams, Salonika Smith, Karen Reside, Andy Rath, Buning Kang, Roth Prom, with an interpreter needed, and Anthony T. Guerrero. All right, Deanna, you're up.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Deanna Knowles. I'm a community organizer with the Long Beach for a Just Economy. I'm also a renter and resident of District 9. First, we thank you for proposing the $1 million towards Right to Counsel. That is a great start. That is not enough to ensure renters are protected when facing eviction. The $1 million proposed will only cover 150 households. We're expecting about 1,900 evictions for the upcoming year. The additional funding would have an impact of over 550 households. We're asking for $2.9 million to be placed into this year's budget. This Right to Counsel program is one of the ways we as a city can work to prevent homelessness and become proactive instead of reactive. Again, thank you for the $1 million proposal, but we ask that you consider adding more funds to this much-needed renter protection. And you all have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Next is Leslie.
Good evening. I was just wanted to elaborate what you did is I did speak with George Kerr earlier today about some things that you're going to do to make sure that we were going to be protected against this flood. But most of the time, my problem is now that it took like 20 years for this ideal to come forth till they were going to get more resources so we can have the pumps ready and a backup generator. So this was like with the flooding that happened to my house and all the residents where I live and the townhomes that we live, this was a total preventable circumstance because we were sending complaints and talking to field representatives and everybody that worked from Council District 9 office and speaking to other representatives when they were out in the city. And that's the problem that we have now is that this here, we only got like maybe about 30 more days before October. We got September and October where the heavy rains are going to start. And so we're going to have this program that he's proposing, what George told me about, that has to be in place before these heavy rains to begin. Because like I said, I had a small business that ran out of my house and had collectibles I've been collecting since my dad was alive in the 70s, baseball cards and et cetera, and different memorabilia that's gone, and that's like a $500,000 loss. And then I still have mold in there, and because our units are connected, I can fix my unit, but someone can't fix theirs. So we still got to address that part. But I am encouraged about what you're going to say you're going to do. And the next time when I come back again, I'm going to elaborate on some other issues that time permitting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Linda Thomas.
Good evening. I don't have much to say because he kind of said it as much as I was going to say. We are neighbors in the same community, and I was here before with the last public speaking. And I know Mr. Lopez touched on Station Pump 13, which is the problem that is in North Long Beach that has not been addressed. Like you said, the rainy season is approaching soon, and it's a level of stress that comes about us every time the rainy season comes, and it needs to be fixed so we don't have to continue to go through this. And we also want to know when we're going to be compensated for our damages that were lost in the flood of 2019 in North Long Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Leonard Adams.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and fellow City Council people. And I'm here, I'm the coordinator of Hoops After Dark, and I'm here to talk about Hoops After Dark. And also, I'm in favor of the grant that we received from the city manager's office. This grant will help us continue to run the program, and also it would increase the sustainability of us keeping the program around. I believe that the program is well needed in the city of Long Beach. It addresses the at-risk youth of our neighborhood and also of other communities. We are currently in a summer season for Hoops After Dark, and our numbers has increased since this is the summer. We have a lot of visitation from people out of town, and also we have the college-ranked players that is playing in the Hoops After Dark program, as well as high school. So we welcome the amount of money that that you gave us, and also I'm in support of all the rest of the proposed grants that is going out to, especially for the 6th District, for the Martin Luther King Vision Plan, as well as the Cambodia Grand Entrance, and as well as the MacArthur Vision Plan as well. Thank you for all of the support, Mayor, and also our Council Lady, Dr. Sulis Sorrow. I'd like to thank Brent Dennis and also Tom Modica for making this happen also. Thank you very much.
Time is up.
Thank you. Next is Salonika Smith.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. I'm Salonika Smith, and I have been a longtime resident of Long Beach and graduate of Jordan High School and City College and Long Beach State and Leadership Long Beach, and I'm so thankful and grateful to be working in our communities. My mother still lives here. She's a resident of the 6th District, and as the data and communications person for Long Beach Hoops After Dark, it is my honor and privilege to be working side by side with our coordinator, Coach Adams, as well as all of our partners. And we also want to express our full support for the proposed fiscal year 24 budget to District 6, especially the one-time funding support for Long Beach Hoops After Dark summer season program. This program is so much more than a youth services empowerment program. It is a league. It is also a program where our youth, ages 17 to 27, receive so much help: education, employment, job training, housing, mental health care, as well as physical health care. We are honored to have the partnership of the Long Beach Police Department, all of the mayor and city council members, Sheriff Robert Luna, as well as the Boys and Girls Club, and we're just grateful for this chance to continue to serve. We average about 100 youth, and these are some of our most underrepresented, underserved, and lowest income youth of our community. This program uplifts them in so many ways, and we just want to say thank you for your support and ongoing partnership. And we definitely need this program.
Thank you.
Thank
Fantastic.
you.
Next is Karen Rezai.
Good evening. This time I'm speaking as president of the Long Beach Gray Panthers. I just want to shout out to the BizCare team. We're part of that group, and they've been amazing. So they deserve some props. And we really would like you to think about, when you mention youth and everything, that you add older adults in there also. We would like to see internships for older adults. The low-income seniors can earn up to $200 a month in stipends, and it would make such a difference in their life. And also, I want to suggest that for the crossing guards, that we look to recruit seniors. That seems like that could be a good job for seniors to fill, and there's lots of seniors. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Andy Rath.
Hello, my name is Andy Rath, and I'm a junior at the California Academy of Mathematics and Science, and I'm a member of the Youth Inspiring Change and Unity under the leadership of Khmer Parent Association. This evening, I'll provide public comments on the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. Honorable Mayor and Council members and City Manager Tom Modica, I speak in support of the proposed fiscal year 24 budget to District 6, especially the Cambodia Town Gateway entrance and VIP record signage. These projects will improve the look of our neighborhoods, provide places for people to sit, will also support local businesses, and will make the young generation proud of their cultural heritage. I also support the one-time funding to support the Hoops After Dark summer season. This important program provides mentorship, opportunities, and resources to empower our young generation, which will have a lasting positive impact in the community. Thank you, Mayor Richardson and Councilwoman Sarah, for your continued support and investment in District 6.
Thank you. Next is Bunning Kang.
Hello, my name is Boonhang Kang. I am a resident of the border of the 6th District and 4th District and a member of the Khmer Parent Association. And I'm here to provide comment on the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. Honorable Mayor and fellow council members.
Take your time.
I would like to express my support for the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for District 6, especially for the Cambodia Town grant entrance and VIP record signage, as well as the improvements and renovations for the Martin Luther King Jr. Park and MacArthur Park. And I would like to conclude my comment by saying thank you, Mayor Richardson and Councilwoman Suli Saro, for your continued support and investment in District 6.
Thank you. All right, next is Roth Prom.
ជំរាបសួរនាងខ្ញុំឈ្មោះរតព្រំរស់នៅជាពលរដ្ឋរស់នៅក្នុងសង្កាត់ទី6និងជាសមាជិកសមាគមមេដាបេដាខ្មែរថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំនឹងផ្ដល់មតិជាសាធារណៈអំពីគម្រោងថវិកាដែលបានស្នើឡើងសម្រាប់ឆ្នាំទី2024លោកអភិបាលក្រុងដ៏ជាទីគោរពនិងសមាជិកក្រុមប្រឹក្សាទាំងអស់និងលោកគ្រប់គ្រងទីក្រុងធម្មម៉ូឌីកាខ្ញុំសូមសម្ដែងការគាំទ្រគម្រោងថវិកា2024សម្រាប់ផ្ដល់នៅសង្កាត់ទី6ជាពិសេសសម្រាប់កសាងក្លោងទ្វារនៃក្រុងខ្មែរនិងដាក់ស្លាកសញ្ញានៃតន្ត្រីល្បីៗគម្រោងនេះនឹងធ្វើឲ្យសង្កាត់របស់យើងកាន់តែមានភាពប្រសើរឡើងនិងคล้ายទៅជាកន្លែងសម្រាប់មនុស្សម្នាមកទស្សនាហើយនឹងអាចជួយឲ្យអាជីវកម្មក្នុងស្រុកបានចម្រើនឡើងដែរព្រមទាំងធ្វើឲ្យក្មេងៗជំនាន់ក្រោយមានមោទនភាពចំពោះបេតិកភណ្ឌវប្បធម៌របស់ពួកគេផងដែរសូមអរគុណដល់លោកអភិបាលក្រុង Richardson និងក្រុមប្រឹក្សាលោកស្រីសារ៉ូចំពោះការបន្តការគាំទ្រនិងការវិនិយោគទុននៅក្នុងសង្កាត់ទី6នេះសូមអរគុណ
Hello, my name is Rod Prom. I'm a resident of District 6. I'm with the Khmer Parent Association, and I'll provide public comments on the proposed FY24 budget. Honorable Mayor and council members and City Manager Tom Modica. I'm in the support of the proposed FY24 budget to District 6, especially the Cambodia Town Grand Gate and VIP records signage. These projects will improve the look of our neighborhoods, provide places for people to visit, and will also support our local businesses. Youth, younger generation in particular, will be very proud of their cultural heritage. With that, I thank you, Mayor Richardson and Councilwoman Suli Saro for the continued support and investment in District Number 6. Thank you.
Thank you. And Anthony Guerra is next. But before you begin, I'm going to call up the next 10. So after Anthony, it's Mark Hobson, Lina Vuong, Caitlin Vuong, Cynthia San, Mariko Khan, Moramam Neff, James Dock, Linda Reach, Sue Needham, and Bright Year Yim. All right, Anthony, you have the floor.
Okay. Distinguished Mayor Rex Richardson, Vice Mayor Cindy Allen, City Council members, and City Manager Tom Modica. I'm Anthony T. Guerrero. I am the Khmer Parents Association Youth Peer Leader of the Youth Inspiring Change and Unity Group and was born and raised in the city of Long Beach. Long Beach is not just a city, it's woven into the very fabric of my life from my early days in K-12 schooling. to becoming the first in my family to graduate from Cal State Long Beach. This community has been very nurturing for my growth from the grounds up. I'm also in support of the proposed fiscal year 24 budget to District 6, especially investment in the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Parade, VIP record placemaking, and the Cultural Center oversights. These will highlight Central Long Beach's culture and history, including its role in the origin of West Coast hip hop. I'm very supportive to see these proposals in the budget and to see the Cambodian American Cultural Center, the African American Culture Center, and other cultural centers come into fruition. Thank you, Mayor Richardson and City Councilwoman Sorrow for continued support and investment in District 6. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Mark Hobson.
Okay, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Mark Hobson, a resident of District 6, and Long Beach has always been a city dedicated to the health and safety of its families and community. That's why I'm strongly in favor of the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. Most important is the investment in our parks and the Hoops After Dark program. Green spaces and safe activities are important for the health of our youth. And the cultural centers are also important to showcase the rich culture and history of the city of Long Beach. The cultural centers will bring investment into our district and will support the local businesses. Therefore, I strongly urge you to approve the proposed budget for the benefit and growth of our 6th district. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Lina Vaughn.
Hello, my name is Lena Vung, and I'm a senior at Polytechnic High School in Long Beach. I'm also a youth member of the Khmer Parents Association Youth Inspiring Change and Unity. I'll provide public comments on the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. Honorable Mayor and Council members and City Manager Tom Monica, I speak in support of the proposed fiscal year 24 budget to District 6, especially the Cambodia Town Gateway entrance and VIP record signage. These projects will improve the image of our neighborhoods, provide places for people to visit, and will also support local businesses and will make youth become connected to their cultural heritage and through history. It will also create a link between the past and the future. I also support the one-time funding to support the Hoops After Dark summer session. This important program provides mentorships, opportunities, and resources to empower our young generation, which will have a lasting positive impact in the community. I'm very supportive to see this in the proposed budget. Thank you, Mayor Richardson, Councilwoman Sorrow, for your continued support and investment in District 6.
Thank you. Next is Caitlin Vaughn.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Vung. I'm a sophomore at Polytechnic High School in Long Beach and a youth member in the Khmer Parent Association Youth Inspiring Change and Unity. I'll provide public comment on the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. Honorable Mayor and Council members and City Manager Tom Monica, I speak to support the one-time funding to support the Hoops After Dark summer season. This important program provides mentorship, opportunities, and resource to empower our young generation, which will have a lasting positive impact in the community. I'm very supportive to see this in the proposed budget. In addition, I'm in support of the proposed fiscal year 24 budget to District 6, especially the funding to the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and MacArthur Park. The improvements to our park will increase safety and improve the health and mental well-being of the community. I'm very supportive to see this investment in our parks in the proposed budget. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Richardson and Councilwoman Sorrow, for your continued support and investment in District 6.
Thank you. Next is Cynthia San.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Cynthia San, Chair of Cambodia Town, located in District 6. I am very proud to work in the city that has the largest Cambodian population outside of Southeast Asia and is home to the first Cambodia Town district in the USA. In these past 15 years, Cambodia Town volunteers and supporters have made great efforts to host the annual Cambodia Town Parade and Culture Festival. It is to cultivate the social economic well-being of the residents and businesses in Central Long Beach. Tonight, I am here on behalf of Cambodia Town to support the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget, particularly the proposed investment in Central Long Beach District 6, including MLK Junior Park, Martin Luther King Jr. Parade, Hoops After Dark Summer Season Program, VIP record, placemaking and signage, MacArthur Park renovation, Cambodia Town Grand entrance, and consultant to Cultural Center. I want to thank Mayor Richardson and Councilwoman Suli Saro for their leadership with the vision to include the proposed investment for Central Long Beach District 6 in the 2024 city budget. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Mariko Khan.
Hello, my name is Mariko Khan, and I am a board officer of Cambodia Town. I worked in Long Beach for the Pacific Asian Counseling Services as the former executive director for the last 15 years. I support the fiscal budget for 2024. It's a budget of great merit, based on the vision of Mayor Richardson and the advocacy and support of Councilmember Saro. These funds are diverse and needed investments for the city. They include master planning for the restroom renovation and critical repairs of the MLK Park Community Center, support for the Hoops After Dark summer program, the creation of a Cambodia Town gateway entrance, funding for the VIP records placemaking and signage, MacArthur Park renovation, an increase in the funding for the Martin Luther King Parade, and a consultant to support the oversight of cultural centers for the Cambodian, LGBTQ, Hispanic, African American, and possibly other communities. I'd also like to personally request that the City Council consider funding for the Historical Society of Long Beach so that it can continue to preserve the very interesting history of Long Beach. So I thank you again and hope that you will pass this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Manoram Neff.
Good evening, honorable mayors and city council, beloved Long Beach residents. My name is Manoram Neff. I am the president of Long Beach, Phnom Penh Sister City, and also the former executive directors of Midtown BID. I am here to support the proposed investment in the Central Long Beach District 6. This investment will enhance spaces at the Martin Luther King Jr. and renovate the MacArthur Park. Additionally, they will contribute to youth program with the Hoops After Dark summer season, celebrate our rich history and culture, and increase funding for the Martin Luther King Parade. The Cambodian Town Grand Entrance will uplift the Cambodian community and help to welcome visitors and tourists to Cambodian Town, which will help benefit local businesses on Anaheim Street in Cambodian Towns from One Apparel to the Atlantic Avenue. The proposed budget will also acknowledge our Central Long Beach music history with the VIP records, placemaking, and signage, and establish a dedicated role to facilitate the creation of cultural centers. All these investments are creative ways to address economic development, public safety, and housing. I want to thank the Mayor, Rex Richardson, Council Member Suli Saro, City Manager, and also Economic Development staff for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is James Dock, then Linda Reach.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. My name is James Dock, pastor of the West Covina Hills Seventh Avenue Church. I am a long-time resident of the city of Long Beach, currently live in the District 9, but I used to work and used to work and volunteer in the District 6. Also helped the City of Long Beach as the Public Safety Commissioner during the Mayor Beverly O'Neill's. I am here in support of the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget to District 6, particularly the funding of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s and MacArthur Park and its parade. The Cambodia Town Gateway entrance, VIP records, placemaking, and cultural center oversight as well. These much-needed programs and fundings are necessary for the improvements in our communities and will definitely help increase our public safety, health, and mental well-being throughout our city. Furthermore, the one-time hoops after dark summer season is very much needed funding as well.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Because it will provide mentorship opportunity for the city. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you.
Thank you.
the
Next,
City District Sorrow.
thank you. Next is Linda Reach and then Sue Needham.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. I am Linda Reach, a dedicated resident of the 6th District for over 37 years and currently serving as the president of the Cambodia Town Neighborhood Association. I am privileged to stand before you and underscore my enthusiastic support for the Cambodia Town Grand Entrance, VIP Records placemaking signage, and the allocated funding for both the MLK Junior Park and MacArthur Park. These pivotal initiatives aimed at enhancing our parks hold immense significance. The proposed enhancements not only ensure heightened safety, but also stand to elevate the overall health and well-being of our community. I firmly believe that these endeavors possess the innate capability to enhance the visual allure of our neighborhoods, creating enchanting destinations that cater to both our valued residents and welcome visitors. Furthermore, these undertakings are poised to play a pivotal role in fostering the growth of our local businesses. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mayor Richardson and Councilwoman Saro for their unwavering support and ongoing investment in the prosperity of our cherished 6th District. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sue Needham, then Bright Year Yim.
Good evening, Mayor Richardson and council members. My name is Dr. Susan Needham, a Long Beach resident in the 6th District. I'm professor of anthropology at CSU Dominguez Hills, an alum of Cal State Long Beach, and the co-founder and co-director of the Cambodian Community History and Archive Project, also known as CAMCHAP, that's housed at the Historical Society of Long Beach in the 5th District. I'm here tonight to give public comments on the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. I support the budget, especially funding to District 6 for all of the improvements that have been proposed, but the one that's near and dear to my heart is the Cambodia Town Gateway entrance. I'm also supportive of the VIP record signage and improvements to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park and MacArthur Park. These projects will certainly help make our neighborhoods safer and better places for residents and will attract visitors, which is also good for business, as we've been talking about all evening. I'm also very happy to see the African American Cultural Center and Cambodian American Cultural Center and other centers moving forward. I'm also happy to see funding to District 5 for repairs to the building that houses the Historical Society of Long Beach, where Long Beach's diverse history of African Americans, Latinx, LGBTQ, and Cambodians is preserved. But
Thank you. Your
HSLB
time is
needs
up.
ongoing yearly support. So I urge you to consider that in the future and include them. Thank you, Mayor Richardson, Councilman
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilwoman Dr. Saro, and
Thank you.
and Megan Kerr.
Thank you so much. All right, Bright Year. Okay, before you go, I'm going to read the next 10. Cameron Hildreth, Satha Chim, Ping Long. Wait, just a moment. Ping Long, Mike Murchison, Griselda Suarez, Joanna Antonio, Linda Shea, and Soa Samkan Gim. All right, go for it, Bright Year.
ខ្ញុំប្រកាសណាខ្ញុំបាទសូមថ្វាយបង្គំចំពោះព្រះរតនត្រ័យមានគុណព្រះពុទ្ធគុណព្រះធម៌និងគុណព្រះសង្ឃនិងសូមគោរពដល់ចៅហ្វាយក្រុងនិងបុគ្គលិកទាំងអស់តាំងពីថ្នាក់ទាបមានចៅសង្កាត់លេខ6រហូតដល់ថ្នាក់លើបំផុតគឺប្រធានាធិបតីថ្ងៃនេះជាពិសេសគឺចំពោះលោកចៅហ្វាយក្រុង Richardson និង Consulwoman Saro for the support that you continue to provide for our community here in the 6th district គ្រប់គម្រោងការទាំងឡាយសូមឲ្យបានសម្រេចនៅគោលការណ៍ក្នុងការស្ថាបនាជួសជុលទាំងពួងដែលនៅទីក្រុងឡុងបិចយើងនេះគ្រប់ស្ថាប័នទាំងអស់សូមឲ្យបានរីកចម្រើនសូមអរព្រគុណនិងអរគុណគ្រប់វិស័យទាំងអស់យោបល់ផ្ទាល់របស់ខ្ញុំប្រកាសណាខ្ញុំបាទថ្ងៃនេះក៏សូមជូនយោបល់មួយថាសន្តិភាពដោយសារអ្វីដោយសារការប្រកាន់ភ្ជាប់នៅការរក្សាសិល5ប្រទេសដែលកាន់សិល5មានប្រជាធិបតេយ្យគឺសហរដ្ឋអាមេរិកនេះឯងគឺប្រទេសមានសិល5ជានិច្ចដូច្នេះខ្ញុំសូមជូនពរដល់បុគ្គលិកទាំងអស់ព្រមទាំងក្រុមការងារទាំងអស់សូមឲ្យបានសេចក្តីសុខនិងសេចក្តីចម្រើនគ្រប់គ្នាកុំបីឃ្លៀងឃ្លាតខ្លាយជាប្រការដទៃឡើយសូមអរគុណសូមអរព្រគុណ
Good evening. First and foremost, my respect and homage to the Lord of Buddha and to the Mayor of Long Beach and also to city councils and people involved here. I just would like to wish everyone success in their endeavors to develop our communities. And my last and personal note is that a country at peace if leaders maintain the Buddhist 5 precepts. And we believe that America is a role model in keeping this, so we believe in democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Cameron.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Cameron Hildreth. I'm a business owner in the 6th District. I operate Hillco Development Services. We're heavily invested in District 6, and I'm a longtime Long Beach resident. I'd like to thank the Public Works Department for their detailed budget presentation they gave tonight, and I'm here to express my support for the fiscal year 2024 CIP budget allocation to District 6, specifically investment in the Cambodia Town Grand Entrance and the VIP Records Monument signage, which fall under the Culture and Community Investment portion of the CIP. District 6 is a place that our city can invest and see a high return, especially considering the current real estate development going on in the district and the rezoning work that has occurred as part of the latest general plan. The investment here would improve the neighborhood and for residents and businesses alike. Speaking to Councilman Austin's earlier point, these improvements are a great way to market one of our unique neighborhoods. And most importantly, these projects will embrace the rich cultural fabric of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Satha Chim.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council member. My name is Sotha Chim. I have been a resident of District 6 for 20 years. I'm a therapist and I'm a coordinator for mental illness program for senior program. I'm also, as a founder and a non-profit organization of the name of Vipassana Meditation Group. I would like to provide public comment on the proposed, for fiscal year 2024 budget. I speak on behalf of my organization. I support the proposed investment in Central Long Beach District 6. This investment will enhance Martin Luther King Park market planning, restroom renovation, critical repair, and community center, Martin Luther King Parade, Hope After Park Summer Season, VIP Record Place Mechanism, Senate, Marketer Park Renovation, Cambodian Town grant entrant, consultant to support the Culture Center creation, management, and oversight. The Cambodian Count Grant entrant will uplift the Cambodian community and healing the suffering experience that our communities experienced once through the Cambodian genocide in 1975. That's what I
Thank you,
believe.
sir. Your time is up.
Thank you for Mayor Richardson and councilwomen and all councilwomen support for community, the 6th district. Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next is Ping Long.
គណៈក្រាបថ្វាយបង្គំព្រះសង្ឃគ្រប់ព្រះអង្គ Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Peng Long, a long-time resident of District 6, over 40 years long. I would like to make I'm here this evening, would like to make public comment in support of the proposed fiscal year budget 2024 to District 6, which include the Cambodian town gateway entrance. I myself, and along with many of us in this room, is very excited for that. I'm also support the funding to the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park, which is a block away from where I live, and MacArthur Park, which is in the heart of our community. The improvement to our park is very important to our community. Thank you, Mayor Richardson and Councilwoman Soro, for continue to support and invest in our District 6 and everyone who support and help make it happen. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next, Mike Murchison. Is Mike Murchison here? Okay. Next is Griselda Suarez.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Richardson, Vice Mayor Allen, members of the council, City Manager Modica, and city staff. My name is Griselda Suarez, and I am proud to serve as the Executive Director of the Arts Council for Long Beach and as a Commissioner for Economic Development. I'm here to express my strong support for the proposed investments within public works, economic development, capital improvement projects that ultimately support our creative economy and the arts and culture sectors of our city. Studies show that for every $1 invested in the creative economy, which is in arts, centers, museums, murals, etc., there's an $8 return into our local economy, which would be a true benefit to the communities that this budget for fiscal year 24 is addressing. And these investments are incredibly important to the fabric of our community and will bring a range of benefits that will help tell the story of all of our diverse communities. I'm especially proud to see many investments in Central Long Beach. Specifically, I would like to uplift the nearly $6 million of investments in MLK Park, MacArthur Park, Cambodia Town Grand Entrance, VIP Records, and the creation of central management for our cultural centers. Thank you again for creating a budget that truly uplifts our communities, cultural expressions, creative vitality, and the arts as an economic engine. Good night.
Thank you. All right, next is Joanna, then Antonio, then Linda Shea. Is Joanna?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Joanna, and I'm here representing the Language Justice Coalition. Over the last 3 years, we have seen a sharp increase of over 1,000% in the language access requests, including translation and interpretations made to the city. The Mayor's current proposed budget allocation of $300,000 is far from sufficient to meet the growing needs of our beautifully diverse Long Beach community. As such, the Language Justice Coalition is demanding a $3.5 million investment for the upcoming fiscal year 24 budget allocation of annual structural funds, well within the city's means, especially considering the dangerous, irresponsible, and seemingly open-ended spending on policing. Our demands include dedicating a proper number of permanent staff, including 2 additional full-time language access coordinators and 6 full-time interpreters. Permanently provide in-house language access resources for Spanish, Khmer, and Tagalog. Provide Spanish and Khmer interpretation, English captioning, and CART services at all city council, all committee, and all commission meetings without having to make requests in advance. dedicating resources for contracted partners to meet language needs not covered by in-house language access specialists, bilingual skill pay, and proactive recruitment of bilingual staff, and providing ongoing stipends for community-based organizations who work with LEP residents. We ask that you make these necessary amendments to the proposed city budget to ensure that we increase the budget allocation for language justice to $3.5 million to ensure that all of our neighbors have equitable access to the life-affirming resources they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Next is Antonio.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Antonio Hernandez, a community organizer within Long Beach. I stand here before you all to elevate the need to fairly fund the right to counsel this upcoming fiscal year. Before I continue, I want to thank you for the $1 million that has been so far allocated, but I just want everyone to recognize that we need more. Now more than ever, families live with the looming worry about being evicted either by delayed rent or through an unjust reason. Over the past 2 years, while canvassing throughout neighborhoods most impacted by COVID-19, families have mentioned delayed rent and unjust evictions as their top concerns. Families believe they have to confront landlords and present themselves alone in court, and that shouldn't be the way. A properly funded Right to Counsel program will expand capacity to represent more tenants in court and settle their cases. Additionally, this would give organizers enough time and capacity to promote this service through educational workshops and additional on-the-ground outreach efforts. Families cannot wait until 3 years from now, potentially 2026, when Right to Counsel might be only part of one zip code, right? We need the funding now. Please allocate $2.9 million to Right to Counsel program in the upcoming fiscal budget. Please do not turn your backs on your district residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Linda Shea. After Linda, let me read the next few, Linda. You have Lily Martinez, then Victor Dominguez, Myra Garcia, Myra Fernanda, Jason Mercado, and Antonia Hernandez. All right, Linda, you're up.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Dr. Lindy Chia, and I'm here on behalf of TCC Family Health, otherwise known as the Children's Clinic, which we've been providing services of not only healthcare support, but a lot of community support to District 6 residents as well as the surrounding neighboring areas. The reason why I'm here is because I want to show our support of TCC Family Health in the proposed fiscal year 24 budget related specifically to renovating the Martin Luther King Jr. Park, the VIP records placemaking, the cultural centers, and a lot of the other areas that we've already mentioned as echoed by previous community members. I want to just say that not only I'm proud to be part of working on TCC Family Health, but I also grew up and I was born and raised here in the city of Long Beach. I remember walking through the Martin Luther King Jr. Park. It wasn't really a safe place for colored community members, especially being a Southeast Asian particularly. But I am just so happy to see that everyone in our community has come together to provide funding, not only to uplift the community, benefiting the businesses, but also more specifically, investing in our youth and our children, our social and emotional well-being for our children. And I just want to say that as part of TCC Family Health, being a staff member there too, we're ready to partner with everyone to make this happen and provide support in any capacity. Thank you so much, and thank you for your investment in our community.
All right, thank you. Next is Lily Martinez.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Lily Martinez. I'm the Director of Health Education and Outreach for the Children's Clinic, TCC Family Health. And it makes me so happy to see the big turnout for support for the funding for fiscal year 2024 for District 6. I wanted to elevate a comment that Councilmember Megan Kerr made about a sense of belonging. The Surgeon General for the United States just recently put out a report about our epidemic of loneliness or being socially isolated. So 80%, although all of our doctors would like to say that we're responsible for making people healthy, 80% of wellness happens at home in our communities. And this investment is not just important to our community because it feels good, it's actually science-driven. Having a sense of community, having a sense of culture, and a sense of belonging and community actually helps heal the communities. So we really thank you for your investment TCC will be opening a new wellness center right across the street from MacArthur Park, opening late spring, early fall of 2024, and we look forward to continued partnership with the communities around MLK Park and around MacArthur Park to enjoy the revitalization of the parks, but also to help activate all the programming and resources that are coming thanks to this investment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And looking forward to the TCC project at Uptown Acres. Really excited about that one. All right, next is Victor Dominguez. Come on down, Victor. We called you earlier.
All right, sorry about that.
All right.
I'm a little nervous. It's my first time speaking here. I want to say thank you to the Mayor, Richardson. Thank you to the council as well. I'm here on behalf of Libre as a volunteer, here to advocate for rights to council. I'm going to sound like a broken record. I know it's been a long day for me, and I'm sure for you guys as well, but we're asking that you allocate 2.9 million instead of the 1 million. Obviously, how do I express this? You guys are in your position for a reason. I'm sure that you guys looked at the budget carefully and decided the 1 million was the appropriate amount in the estimate. But I was just, I guess, wondering why that decision was made. Of course, not to question you in general, but just what were the cuts or what were the sacrifices made to allocate that 1 million, and why can't we get the 2.9? And that's pretty much it. I don't want to take too much of your time. I know it's been a long night. Thank you guys. You guys have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Next is Myra Garcia.
Buenas tardes y gracias por recibirnos. Mi nombre es Mayra García y pertenezco a Libre. Estoy muy agradecida por el $1,000,000 que se está dando para la abogacía para la gente que se está desalojando.
Yes, my name is Mayra Garcia, and I'm grateful to be here. And I am part of the organization Libre, and we're very grateful for the $1 million that is given for eviction cases.
A la misma vez estoy muy triste porque se están dando $12 millones para reconstruir el Queen Mary y $8 millones para reconstruir una alberca.
But at the same time, I'm also very sad that there has been allotted $12 million to work on the Queen Mary and $8 million to work on the recovery of a pool.
Nuestros conciudadanos están sufriendo mucho por los desalojos, entre ellos yo fui una persona que fui desalojado injustamente y no tenía representación legal.
A lot of the people that have been evicted are suffering a lot, and I was one of them, which I did not have representation, legal representation.
Solicitamos por favor que nos ayuden con mínimo $2.9 millones para la representación legal de nuestros conciudadanos.
And we ask for at least a minimum of $2.9 million for legal representation for those that are facing eviction.
Para que no queden en situación de indigencia.
In order to prevent any homelessness situations.
En otro orden de ideas, también quiero poner una queja otra vez sobre justicia por el lenguaje, ya que la traducción está siendo muy mala. El 70% de la traducción de hoy se perdió.
And also, I would like to make a stand as far as justice, language justice. About 70% of the information that was interpreted today was lost in translation.
Y quiero agradecer a Mary Sendejas y a todas las personas que hicieron posible poner por fin el botón de la puerta para la gente que tiene problemas con discapacidad, porque también representa esta comunidad.
And I would like to also thank and give a shout out to Ms. Sendejas for actually helping with the button entrance for people that have a disability.
Y gracias por darnos también este año el mes de la discapacidad. Gracias. Buenas noches.
And also for celebrating the month of disability this month. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Myra Fernanda.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Myra Fernanda, and I am a resident of District 2 and also the lead organizer for Long Beach Residents Empowered. Today, I'm here to request that our city looks to expand funding for a Stronger Right to Counsel program to better serve Long Beach families on the brink of homelessness. The inclusion of $1 million towards a tenant right to counsel program is a great first step in assisting our families in our renter majority city. However, the reality is that the allocation falls far short of the need that already exists in our communities. With waves of evictions affecting residents across the city of Long Beach, the city must stand with struggling renters. According to data from State House LA, the current funding would only be able to serve about 150 households, or roughly 500 people. As one of the organizations working to support the most vulnerable Long Beach residents, we must help renters and families on the brink of losing their homes. We call on the council and on the mayor to allocate a minimum of $2.9 million in the city's upcoming budget towards a stronger right to counsel program, with expanded legal services for our community. This funding would include $1 million towards settlement funds within the State House Delay program that would prevent tenants that can easily settle their cases from going through the entire legal process of going to court, and $1.9 million towards education, outreach, and legal assistance. The way we save our city is by
Thank you, ma'am.
protecting
Your
our
time is
renters
up.
and investing in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Mercado?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Rex Richardson, Vice Mayor Cindy Allen, and members of the council. My name is Jason Mercado, and I'm sorry, Dr. Rex Floriano, I'm probably going to end up boring you with, what I said, because I'm going to end up reiterating a lot of the speech that I already gave. But just so you know that today I am here to request that our city looks to expand funding for a stronger right to counsel program to better serve Long Beach families on the brink of homelessness. We're absolutely grateful of the inclusion of $1 million. I also want to take a look at it from an alternative perspective. The tenant right to counsel can also save our city some money as well. Based on the State House LA cost-benefit analysis conducted through Stout Recisu Ross LLC, it's projected that Long Beach could save $14 million if they invested $2.9 million in a stronger tenant right to counsel program. We must help renters and families on the brink of losing their homes. We call on the council members to allocate a minimum of that $2.9 million in the city's upcoming budget towards a stronger right to counsel program with expanded legal services for our community. This funding would also include $1 million towards settlement funds within the State House Delay program and $1.9 million towards education, outreach, and legal assistance. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Is Antonio Hernandez here?
Security.
Okay, great. All right, so our final speaker is Soa Samkan Gim. Please come forward.
Soom ចម្រើនពរលោកអភិបាលក្រុងហើយនឹងអភិបាលក្រុងរងហើយសូមចម្រើនពរក្រុមប្រឹក្សាក្រុងទាំងអស់ចម្រើនពរញាតិញោមដែលបានអញ្ជើញចូលរួមក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះអាត្មាភាពភិក្ខុងេមខ្សែសំខាន់គង់នៅវត្តវីឡូទីក្រុងឡង់ប៊ីចហើយមកគង់នៅទីនេះអស់រយៈពេល3ឆ្នាំជាងហើយក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះដែរអាត្មាភាពស្ដាប់ហើយនឹងអនុមោទនាការគ្រប់គ្រងនៅការគម្រោងឆ្នាំ2024នេះដែលកសាងសួនmulti taking និងគម្រោងនៃការកសាងខ្លោងទ្វារនៅសង្កាត់លេខ6នេះហើយអាត្មាសង្ឃឹមថានឹងបានឃើញនៃការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរសួនដ៏ស្រស់ស្អាតហើយនឹងខ្លោងទ្វារនៅកម្ពុជាថោនពីព្រោះធម្មតាអ្នកដែលមកទីក្រុងឡង់ប៊ីចចង់ឃើញសួនស្អាតមកដល់មានកម្ពុជាថោនចង់រកមើលអ្វីដែលហៅថាតំណាងកម្ពុជាថោនហើយនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2024នេះដោយគម្រោងនៃការកសាងនេះអាត្មាសង្ឃឹមថានឹងបានឃើញនៅខ្លោងទ្វារដ៏ឆាប់ហើយអត់មានអីទេអ្វីដែលចូលរួមគឺការគ្រប់គ្រងនៅគម្រោងនៃការកសាងទាំងអស់នៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2024នេះហើយជាចុងក្រោយក៏សូមជូនពរឲ្យញាតិញោមទាំងអស់បានប្រកបដោយសុខសន្តិភាពគ្រប់ទិវារាត្រីសូមអរគុណ
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Rex Richardson and my Vice Mayor and City Council members. I am Nguyen Sao Samkhan, a Buddhist monk from a local Buddhist temple here in Long Beach. I'm here speaking in support of the projects like the funding, the proposed FY 2024 budget. The fund that also funds the MLK Park and also the Cambodia Town Grand Gate. The gate itself, the Cambodia Town Gate, is really a symbolic cultural site that attracts visitors to Long Beach. I believe and I would expect that the project can become fruitful very soon based on that proposed budget. And I have nothing more to add other than wishing everyone all the very best. Thank you. Would I be allowed to kind of recite Buddhist ritual very briefly? It's a blessing.
That's why you had to go last. We know we have a blessing.
Okay,
go for it. Thank you. All right, well, that satisfies public comment. Let's take a motion, a roll call vote to receive and file or continue the hearing, right? Continue the hearing, right? Yeah, continue the hearing.
District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 5?
Yes.
District 8?
Aye.
I'm sorry, District 6? Aye. District 8?
Aye.
District 9?
Aye.
The motion is carried.
All right, thank you. Just want to remind folks it's budget season, so we have longer meetings during budget season. Item 17, please.
Item 17 is report from Economic Development and Public Works. Recommendation to execute an agreement with ASM Global Convention Center Management for the completion of various capital improvement projects at the Long Beach Convention and Entertainment Center in the amount of $7 million, District 2.
All right, Mr. Modica.
Yes, thank you very much. We do have a short presentation on this. This has been a key council priority to make some investments into our convention center. This is actually money that is coming from the operator to invest here. So I will turn it over to our team. I do want to make a correction for the record. The staff report talked about District 2. This used to be in District 2. This is actually in District 1 now based on redistricting. So we need the record to reflect that. I will turn it over to Bo Martinez and Johnny Vallejo to go through the presentation.
Thank you, Tom, and for making that correction on the record. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm here tonight to present to you really an exciting set of projects to significantly upgrade the Long Beach Sports Arena. So for your consideration this evening is a supplemental agreement with ASM Global for the authority to contract for and administer the proposed capital improvements on behalf of the city. This is the same mechanism typically used to allow the operator to implement capital projects at the convention center funded by Tidelands or Measure B. The agreement provides no additional compensation to the operator, and they must adhere to established procurement and contracting policies, comply with state labor code and prevailing wage laws, and adhere to insurance and bond requirements as applicable. In this case, though, the projects being recommended, as Tom noted tonight, are not funded by Tidelands or Measure B, but instead are funded by a $7 million capital contribution made to the city by ASM Global upon execution of their new management agreement in 2022. I'd also note that if their option to extend is exercised in 7 years, they would contribute an additional $3 million at that time. The Long Beach Convention Entertainment Center campus does have considerable capital needs, including HVAC, roofing, flooring, and electrical repairs, among others. Additionally, aged and dated seating and other visitor-serving amenities need attention. Staff across departments and in Public Works are looking at how to address those broader needs. One specific deficiency is the current condition of the sports arena seating. Both the fixed and temporary seating for the arena are in generally poor condition and often preclude potential bookings at the arena. So the arena seating has been prioritized for upgrade for a few reasons. First, the arena will host handball competition for the 2028 Olympic Games and may possibly be used for other Olympic-related activities. We must be able to showcase the city and facility at our best during these Olympic Games and meet the standards expected by the Olympic Organizing Committee, international guests, and athletes. Additionally, post-pandemic, we have entertained considerable interest from entertainers and promoters for use of the arena. But put quite frankly, the condition of the existing seating does not meet the standard of expectation of promoters or their guests. We know that updating the arena seating and other capabilities like sound and stage enhancements will make the arena a far more marketable facility, and we're confident these enhancements will result in increased use of the arena for entertainment and sports-oriented events. The arena and city are still benefiting from an innovative super grid system installed at the arena in 2013. The grid system allows the quick and flexible installation of lighting, audio, and decorations. It's allowed the arena floor to be transformed into a 40,000 square foot ballroom, as well as numerous other creative configurations. It's also resulted in an economic output totaling more than $400 million since its opening. These projects and proposed upgrades here tonight build on that effort, providing upgraded seating, stage deck, and audio capabilities at the arena. These photos here show the arena's grid system and a sample of the seating being procured as installed at the University of Arizona's McHale Center. The acquisition of telescopic seating eliminates the outdated riser system, which is costly and labor-intensive to set and strike. The current protocol is to manually haul and assemble the aging riser system and then place the existing heavy folding seats. Telescopic seating will take a fraction of the time for setup and breakdown, resulting in significant operational cost savings at the center and the ability to quickly transition the arena space. This project will result in over 1,500 upgraded seats. These photos here show a sample section of telescopic seating in both the in-use and stored configuration as installed at the Bryce Jordan Center at Penn State University. The fixed seating project will include the removal and recycling of all existing fixed seating and replacement with almost 8,700 new industry standard seats. Seating will be padded, durable, and include cup holders and double springs for longevity. The photo on the left is a sample installation of the same seating at the Kansas City Royals Kauffman Stadium, while the photo on the right is from a small test installation at the Long Beach Arena, which also contrasts the old and new seating. The existing decking needs replacement to meet structural and safety standards. A new rolling stage deck system will allow stage work to be completed without overhead rigging needing to be stalled or paused. This is safer for workers and allows for work to be done on rigging and staging simultaneously. Here we have a sampling of the proposed mobile stage decking. The existing folding seats are well used and show a considerable amount of wear and tear. They're also heavy, cumbersome, and labor intensive to move and store. The 6,000 new proposed folding seats seen here are comfortable, stack and attach easily, and meet the standard of comfort expected by event goers. And finally, the purchase of a new sound control console is required to meet the digital standards of modern productions to attract artists, promoters, and event planners to the arena. The upgrade of over 16,000 new arena seats and new mobile stage deck make the arena safer for both workers and guests. These enhancements increase efficiency, reduce safety risk, and are far less labor intensive. This results in significant cost savings. These upgrades are an incredible step to preparing the space for the 2028 Olympics, but also create a very attractive new space for entertainers and promoters. After completion, expected mid-2024, the arena would have updated staging, lighting, sound, and seating capabilities comparable to many newer, more modern facilities. Promoters have already told us they are ready to come when the seating is complete. And of course, the end goal being that when visitors come to events at the arena, they have a positive, comfortable experience, resulting in even higher demand for events at the arena. These projects will absolutely improve the visitor experience at the Long Beach Sports Arena. Thank you, and that concludes my staff report.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you so much. Really excited about this. These improvements will give a warm welcome to many in just a few years. So I'm really excited about that. The improvements, as you know, have been long overdue. So I'm really excited about it, especially the ADA ramps and the decking to ensure that seating in the arena is accessible to all. So really happy to see that happening. As I said, way overdue, so great job, Johnny. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kerr?
Great presentation. I look forward to the improvements.
All right, thanks a lot. Any public comment here? Members, please, roll call vote.
District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 5?
Yes.
District 6? District 6?
Oh, you know what? I think she took off. We don't have to do roll call anymore.
Oh.
All right, members, please cast your vote.
Councilmember Rixodi?
Oh, here we go.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 18, please.
Item 18 is report from fire. Recommendation to award contract to All-Star Fire Equipment for self-contained breathing apparatus, accessories, air tanks, repair services, and an annual testing in a total amount not to exceed $5.2 million for a period of 2 years, citywide.
All right, is there any public comment here? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
19, please.
Item 19 is report from police. Recommendation to approve the acquisitions of previously authorized military equipment in compliance with Assembly Bill 481 and the Long Beach Police Department's special order citywide.
Thank you. We need a second. Great. We have a second. Is there a brief staff report, please?
Megan Zabel, our Deputy Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Megan Zabel. I'm the Deputy Chief in charge of the Support Bureau. I oversee all aspects of Assembly Bill 41 to include identifying, acquiring, tracking, and the reporting of military equipment used by our department. An ordinance was passed at the October 18, 2022 council meeting authorizing our department to continue the use of military equipment as outlined in AB 41. The ordinance allows our department to order up to 15% stock of approved equipment in a calendar year without City Council approval to maintain essential availability for the department's needs. We are currently in need of purchasing equipment that exceeds the 15% threshold, which is why this item is before you this evening. I will start with the 40mm exact impact sponge munitions. Per California's Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, otherwise known as POST, and our department policy, police officers are required to qualify with the 40mm less lethal launcher annually. During the training and qualification, each police officer on the department must display through performance they can deploy, load, discharge, unload, and render the weapon safe. Each officer must discharge 3 40mm exact impact sponge munitions accurately at a target to complete the qualification requirement. In order to fulfill this required qualification, munitions are needed to be purchased for our last trimester of our advanced officer training for calendar year 2023, which starts in October. Munitions for training are needed each year, and unfortunately, when we initially reported our current inventory and what we need to purchase each year, the munitions required for training and qualification were missed. Therefore, purchasing these munitions would put us over the 15% of what we initially reported and is listed in the department's special order. In October, we will bring the annual SB 41 report to council, and at that time, we will be asking to amend the amount of munitions needed each year to include the training munitions. The rifle ammunition we are requesting is specifically for our Special Weapons and Tactics team, otherwise known as SWAT. Our SWAT team trains on a weekly basis, which includes discharging their department-issued rifles. SWAT is expected to perform at the highest level of competency, so when they are deployed into our community, we have full confidence in their abilities. This requires several hundred rounds of ammunition each week to train our team, which consists of 32 members. There is a nationwide shortage and wait time when purchasing ammunition in bulk, and we have experienced this since the pandemic and in large part by the war in Ukraine. From the time we purchase the ammunition, the vendor estimates it could take up to 10 months before the ammunition is delivered. Therefore, it is urgent for us to get this order in now, as opposed to waiting until January, as it is not expected we will receive the ammunition until well into year 2024. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here? Seeing none, members, please cast your vote. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 20, please.
Item 20 is report from Public Works, recommendation to amend contracts with Consolidated Disposal Service and EDCO Transport Services for municipal, residential, and commercial solid waste handling services for a revised annual contract amount not to exceed $2.2 million and extend the term of both contracts to October 31st, 2024, citywide.
That's a good, important contract. Is there any public comment here? All right, members, please cast your vote.
Vice Mayor Allen, the motion is carried.
Thank you. 21, please.
Item 21 is report from Technology and Innovation, recommendation to adopt resolution to execute a contract with Kyndryl Holdings for the transitions of the City of Long Beach in-house mainframe systems to hosted mainframe service. The total annual contract amount will not exceed $1.8 million for a period of 3 years, citywide.
All right, we need a motion in a second here. We need a mainframe, guys.
The item isn't up.
This is a different item.
This is the last one.
Okay, let's update that. Okay, we need a motion in a second here because we need to have a mainframe hosted, folks. It's important work, right, Linda? All right. Is there any public comment here? Okay, members, please cast your votes so we can have a mainframe service.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 22, please.
Item 22 is report from City
Good
Attorney,
job, Leah.
recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code relating to the Climate Resilient and Sustainable City Commission, read and adopted as read,
It's
citywide.
been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
23, please.
Item 23 is report from City Attorney, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code to reduce the adult use and medical cannabis cultivation and retail taxes for equity businesses, read and adopted as read, citywide.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
24, please.
Item 24 is a communication from Councilmember Oranga, recommendation to increase appropriations by $1,000 to provide a contribution to Central Child to support a back-to-school community resource fair and vaccination clinic on August 24th, 2023.
It's been moved and seconded. Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
25, please.
Item 25, communication from Councilwoman Sendejas, recommendation to increase appropriation by $2,000 to provide donation to the following: Latinos in Action California in support of their annual fundraiser in the amount of $500, Dig Life DBA Dreams into Goals in support of their third annual Back to School event in the amount of $1,500, and increase appropriations by $500 to provide donation to Confidential Coffee in support of their third annual Pride Brunch.
Is there any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
26, please.
Item 26, communication from Councilmember Oranga, Chair of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. Recommendation to respectfully request City Council to approve an opposed position to the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act as recommended by the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee.
Thank you. I think Tyler wants to give a staff report on this. Let's hear a riveting staff report on the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. Tyler. Mr. Modica, please.
All right, Mr. Tyler here, Dr. Tyler, Dr. Curley, here you go.
All right, well, I don't know about want to give a staff report, but I'm happy to. So 2 weeks ago, the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee met and voted to recommend that the city oppose a ballot measure called the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Initiative that's on the November 2024 ballot. And in short, what this would do would make it a lot harder for local governments and even the state to change fees and taxes It would invalidate the court decision that allows a majority of local voters to pass a special tax and would require a higher voter threshold. It would expand the definition of taxes to include some of the charges that state and local governments currently treat as fees, which of course could increase the number of revenue proposals that were subject to a higher voter requirement. It would also require that would impose, a new fee or make any change to an existing fee. The measure would generally require that the charge be both reasonable and reflect the actual costs of providing the service. And while in many cases existing fees already reflect the government's actual costs, it would place a much higher burden in terms of proof to provide clear and convincing evidence that that fee is actually the minimum amount necessary to be imposed. So in terms of just generally what this would do, it could have significant fiscal impacts in terms of existing fees and charges for government services. Could also open the city and other jurisdictions up to additional litigation. And that is part of the reason why we had been recommending that the city oppose this ballot measure, based on the fact that it would potentially reduce city revenue streams and our local flexibility in terms of dealing with financing of public services. In terms of the positions for the ballot measure, in support, the ballot measure is sponsored by the California Business Roundtable and has support from the Commercial Real Estate Development Association and the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. And in opposition is a growing coalition of local governments through the League of California Cities, labor and public safety leaders, and other infrastructure and business advocates that are concerned about the potential impacts on local government services. So with that, again, staff and the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee recommends that the city takes an opposed position to this Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act.
Thank you for that presentation. It actually was really good. I'm glad that you gave that presentation. This one is a no-brainer for me. I think local governments have had an expanded role over time, and it's been very difficult for us to sustain our operations. And, we have to be able to have flexibility. And I think this is yet another attack on our ability to fund basic services. And this is just not the right time given, what Long Beach has, our challenges that we have, coming down. We have to be able to generate our revenue and collect our revenue. We don't want to create barriers to do our basic job of making sure that, quality public services are provided. And so that's why it makes sense to have that coalition that's opposing this. I think we should be standing alongside the League of Cities and other cities in opposing this effort, as well as, organizations that represent public workers and public employees, because, public employment should be something that, we hold high and that we continue to invest in, contracting in and quality public employment. Vice Mayor Allen, anything?
No, I support the opposition.
Thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas?
Support.
Thank you. Support the opposition, right? Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
Okay, Councilman Austin?
I suppose I'm glad that the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee brought this item forward, is recommending this position. I unequivocally support it. This is a real threat to our plans over the next 5 years. This great infrastructure plan and what do we call it, Elevate 28? It doesn't happen if this passes.
You saying it doesn't elevate 28 for us? Deflate 28.
Yes. So, this is a real threat to public service, and it's not a protection act in any way.
Thank you. It's getting late. Pardon my humor. Any public comment here? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right. Now we now have general public comment number 2. I see you making your way, so we must have public comment tonight. All right, we have 8 members of the public signed up to speak. I'm not sure we have 8 members of the public. I'm going to list all of them, and please make your way to the front. Tina Vu, Annie Park, Jorge Correa, Mergen White, Tiffany Davy, Deborah B. Tance, Guillermina Cruz, Marta Cota, Anna Sam. If your name was called, please come forward. Is Tina here? Is Tina here? No? Okay, no Tina. Annie, you're up. Hi, Annie.
Hi, Mayor Rex. It's been a while. It's
It
been a
has.
minute. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Annie Park. I am with the Gracias Choir and the International Youth Fellowship. And I'm here today to invite you and your family members to our Gracias Christmas Cantata. We'll be performing at the Long Beach Terrace Theater, September 26th and 27th. Now, this is the 4th year that we'll be performing in Long Beach. I'm sure you may have seen our red flyers, people in red t-shirts roaming the city of Long Beach since 2017. And so we're very excited to be back. The choir took a 3-year mandatory hiatus from the U.S. tour due to the pandemic. But for the past 3 years, they've been cast and crew members. They've been working on providing a more immersive and more moving experience for all audience members. And I know Mayor Rex has been a big supporter of us, back in the day, even before 2017. And so I'm very happy to be here today to be able to invite everyone here to the show. And it's great to be here in this new City Hall. I've given this presentation countless times before, but it was in the older hall. I think this is all remodeled, but I'm here today, and the reason why the choir does this 30-city tour in 1 month, they've been doing this for the past 12 years, and it's simply to bring joy to the people of the cities in America, starting from New Jersey and ending in Florida and doing all the cities in between, Florida, Texas, Louisiana, you name it. And Long Beach is, we're lucky to be able to do the show in 2 nights in LA. And so, truly, with this chaotic world and, after the heels of the pandemic and all the challenges with mental health, this show provides hope. It sends a message of, the meaning of Christmas, whatever it may mean to people. But the choir spreads joy and hope through their music, and they've touched lives of countless people around the world, not just in the United States. They actually perform regularly for presidents and heads of state all around the world. But for the U.S., they have a special heart to be bringing this message of hope back to America. And I am honored and privileged to be able to introduce the show wherever I go, whatever city I'm in. I'm a volunteer for this organization, and this organization has changed me. And so this is my way of giving back. After working a full day at work, 2 hours in traffic to come to Long Beach, it's my privilege to be able to share this with people, and I hope that you can all attend. And hopefully, Mayor Rex, I don't know if you have 2 minutes after the meeting, we'd like to just come and say hi and give you a personal invitation. My time's up. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Annie. And I've been to the show a couple times. It's a great show.
Yeah.
It's a great show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge? No? Okay. Morgan? Morgan, got it. See, it had a U instead of a O.
That's an A.
No, right, look, no, seriously, it says M-U-R-G-A-N, Morgan.
Morgan
Morgan makes sense, but that's not what it says.
Like Freeman, white like the color.
I think your name's Morgan. No,
My
go
name
ahead.
is Morgan.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Hi,
Morgan.
guys. Nice to meet you. I've been very patient, and right now I am acting in an act of faith. I have a nonprofit, and we are also in District 1. We have came across the biggest crisis that any event director, any director in general can experience. 2 of my monetary sponsors have dropped out, and our event is this Sunday. So I am coming to you guys. I'm about to cry. I am coming to you guys for help. I don't know what you guys can do. I don't know how you guys can help. But if you guys can assist us with this, it will greatly appreciate it. We host a back-to-school drive. It will be here at you guys' favorite park, Bixby Park. And we are targeting families who genuinely need help. And it's not it's not more so just a regular school drive. I say this because when kids go back to school feeling prepared, feeling confident, feeling good about themselves, their academic performance reflects that. So it is my job, it is my goal to make sure that they go back to school feeling not only just excited, but also feeling prepared and confident. Like, I don't think that y'all realize that the confidence is key. And so for a kid to go back to school with at least some pair of new shoes, at least a new backpack, at least a new folder that they can call their own, and they know that they didn't feel like, I don't want to say charity, but they felt like this was something given to them because we were celebrating them going back to school. And something else that makes us special about my nonprofit is that it's a community effort. We ask everybody to participate. So therefore, no one will be singled out. No one will feel as if like I'm only here because my family need help. No, you're here because we're celebrating you going back to school. We're here because we want to let you guys know that y'all are loved by our community. So, yeah, if you guys can help me, I think I probably should have spoke up at Agenda 25 when you guys just added more funds to help additional back to school drives. But again, like, this problem just occurred to me just yesterday. And so, like I said, I'm acting in an act of faith, and hopefully you guys can probably help me. And again, my name is Morgan White, so yeah. I don't know if y'all can say anything right now, but
You got 26 seconds to say whatever else you need to say.
I mean, I don't really know. I was kind of hoping that y'all could be like, oh, can you help me? Like, we can help you or something.
Okay,
like,
let me help you out. What's the name of your nonprofit?
Back to School LA.
You live in Long Beach?
I do. I'm in District 1. I live off of Alamitos and Ocean.
Here's what I would suggest.
Yes.
The council members here are all very engaged in back to school.
Yes.
You know, Councilman Austin's had one for a long time. Councilmember Kerr, she was on the school board. So a bunch of resources. Your events in council and vice mayor's district, and you live in District 1. Here's what I would do. I would try to connect with their staff and talk with them, because there may be some resources we don't know about that can move a whole lot quicker than a city council process.
Okay.
Right? So some of their staff are here, and maybe vice mayor. Maybe if your staff could talk with them. Where's Raul?
My
Raul's
staff
right
is
over there.
waiting. I already
Fantastic.
sent him out, so.
Great. So
Yeah.
Raul's right over there. He's the chief of staff over the area of Bixby Park.
Okay.
Talk with him, and maybe he can figure out how to help out.
And like I said, guys, the event is this Sunday. So, like.
It's Tuesday. That's a few more days. Go ahead and talk to Raul.
I know that's right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Morgan with you. Thank you. Okay, next is Tiffany.
Christmas, choir, and back to school.
But it's your time.
So,
what you
know,
got?
it's my time. Good evening. It's been a while since I've been here. Not always with the happiest, moments. But I want to just thank you all for the opportunity to speak on uninhabitable housing conditions in the city. First, I want to open up my comment with immense gratitude to our police department. Officers who responded and sergeants for supporting me 10 days ago exactly when I discovered that my home was violated, someone of ill intent and bad faith. This particular case has been a long-standing reoccurrence that really began after I became aware of residing in an illegal housing unit. That said, I'm sure this residence is just one of many that we, in these times, we've moved through some of the greatest shared struggles, especially coming through the pandemic, of units trying to find proper pathways to either being brought up to code or properly cited when reported to the city. For the record, this landlord continued this pattern of harassment and retaliation while I was working with the city's emergency rental assistance program, despite benefiting from it. These latest actions within the past 10 days are again, pattern of said harassment and retaliation, especially ramped up following my work and contributions to the city's framework for racial reconciliation. I would like to inquire as to what role slumlords can hold in or adjacent to public office. Would that be volunteer, paid staff, or title alone? Would you employ someone who is capable of cutting their tenants' security cameras before breaking and entering into their home? I would also like to find answers as to why I am undergoing what I feel is an agonizing wait to make it through a fact-finding process through the Code Enforcement Department for an investigation I began requesting over a year ago. In asking, I do ask and expect to receive a cohesive follow-up in which an inspection follows shortly thereafter, bringing me to a solution. It is my desire to call for the creation of an office, as I have done in years past, that oversees rental practices within our city, again, with 59% plus population being renters. The solutions capable with this leadership, with our staff, I'm sure, are boundless. We just must make the first steps. Again, immense thanks to our police department for being involved in a complex civil matter. That should never have gone that far.
Thanks, Tiffany. Next is Deborah.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I am coming to you this evening. Thank you. It's budget time. I am dressed in, if you don't recognize, August 26th, Saturday, I'm inviting you to Peace Fest 2023. I am a resident of Long Beach, excuse me. My title, I'm here as the president of the Women's Education Circle for Democracy Long Beach. Also the mother of the Community Peace Garden at Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Park. And when I say mother, I say that with a clear, I am a mother and I am a grandmother. My daughter was very much involved in 2010, August 28th, 2010, when the Community Peace Garden was born. We celebrated I Have a Dream speech. We are inviting all of your districts this Saturday, August 26th. It is Women's Equality Day. It is Peace Fest 2023, Growing Unity in the Community. And we would like to invite you to Martin Luther King Park to celebrate the birthday of the garden. The garden is 13 years old. The Women's Education Circle for Democracy in Long Beach has invested. We've been looking around gardens around the city that need support. So we've just helped birth the nonprofit. It's called E-Life Victory Garden Schools. And we'd like to invite all of your district offices. We are going to be looking for a leadership group made of females. They're going to be called the Peace Builder 23. And we are inviting members, females from your districts. We would like to have at least 2 or 3 from each one. And so we can help them build a community garden or community peace garden in their district. So we would like all of you to have one. This garden is very special. It was built by 15 youth from this city, and we'd like to get the history recognized. We'd like to get the garden into the Historical Society as a national monument or local monument, whatever you'd like. But we'd like to make a special request from the mayor's office. We've tried really hard to work with Sis District Sully's office. We also would like to invite a meeting the city manager. We'd also Mr. Brent Dennis, Parks and Rec Director, as well as Public Works. We'd like to have a meeting with you, preferably this Monday or as soon as possible Friday, so that we can walk through the garden. There have been a lot of changes. It has been locked to the community. We're not quite sure why. We'd like to have an audit of whatever happened to the Community Peace Garden. We also know that the name changed. So we'd like to get the support. I will be the lead. Our email is wecdlb@gmail.com. Our phone number is 562-506-8680. So we hope that you come and we celebrate women's equality. We hope that you can take care of these little gardens. We're watching them around the district, so we know that we could work with your districts, and as a new nonprofit, we'll help you set up those gardens.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's 3 additional, but I don't see them here. I'm going to call the names. Is Guillermina here? Is Martha Coda here? And is Anna Sam here? Okay, well that's it. We're done with closing public comment. We're going to go ahead and wrap up the city council meeting. We're closing in memory of the families and victims of the Lahaina fire in Maui, Hawaii. And we'll now go to council member announcements. Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, I would like to invite the public out to our 5th District Community Concert. We are hosting it at Long Beach City College, which is right in the middle of the district. It has that beautiful front lawn that we thought was begging for community engagement. So we are hosting a concert in partnership with Dr. Virginia Baxter, Long Beach City College, and the Long Beach Airport. Night Rider, your favorite 80s cover band, will be there. I know if some folks, you have to pay $15 at cover charge at a local place to see them on a Friday night, but you can get a preview at Long Beach City College for free. Many city departments will be there, including the adoption wagon from Animal Care, as you heard, police and fire, many city departments, so it'll be a great opportunity to engage with folks. There will be a beer garden. There will be food trucks and a kids' play space. So come on out to the front lawn of Long Beach City College this Friday night at 6 p.m. You can take public transportation or ride your bike, and there is free parking on campus.
All right, Councilwoman Zendejas.
I'm excited about that event. Thank you. I want to share that Dreams into Goals 3rd annual back to school backpack giveaway event is happening this Saturday, August 19th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Cesar Chavez Park. I'm a proud sponsor of this event, and I encourage folks to register as soon as they can to secure their spot in the supply giveaway. So thank you. Hope to see you there on Saturday.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rick Sodi.
So 3 events this week. So I'm inviting you to attend the DeForest Park Neighborhood Association meeting this Thursday from 7 to 8 at the DeForest Park Clubhouse. You can email my office, district9@longbeach.gov for more information. We'll also be, the city will also be hosting a movie in the park this Friday, August 18th from 7 to 9 at Houghton Park, which is at 6301 Myrtle Avenue. And I am very happy to say that this Saturday, I'm inviting you out to attend the Uptown Jazz Festival on Saturday, August 19th from 2 to 7 p.m. The event will be in Houghton Park, located at 6301 Myrtle Avenue. We're going to have vendors, Kid Zone, food trucks, really fantastic music. You know, we're happy to have DW3 back every year, and our headliner is going to be Lakeside, is going to be a party. So if you want a good time, I will see you at Houghton Park on Saturday. Oh, and I hear that the mayor may freestyle during one of the breaks.
I don't know about that, but a little bit of a quiz on the spot. You know, Tom, can you name a song from Lakeside? You can confer with your panel.
Linda already told him.
We're gonna say Fantastic Voyage.
There it is. Now can you deliver the hook, Linda? Can you deliver the hook? I think you can.
It's late.
All right, it's too late for all that. All right, Councilman Austin.
Yes, I'd like to just announce tomorrow night, August 16th, we will have movies in the park at Shear Park at 6 p.m. featuring High School Musical. It's going to be a great time, inviting all families to come out to a free event, Movies in the Park at Shear Park tomorrow night at 6 p.m.
All right. It's a good week. Thanks a lot for watching. This meeting is now adjourned. Have a good night.